to the cosmological model as they apply to their model of music. And from that perspective, they could see things deeper than their contemporaries. You see, so in other words, they saw mathematics as a tool, but that tool was not limited to itself. They always knew that there's more. They knew also that every pattern that we detect is finite, but the world is infinite. They actually accepted infinity. They believe that infinity is real. And if you discern the pattern, okay, you can play with it, and you can use that. It gives you certain lens through which to see the world in a particular way, which could be beneficial for you to learn more and so on. But they never had the illusion that that was the final point. That they always knew that it's not the whole thing, so there is more. There are more sophisticated patterns that could be discovered using mathematics or otherwise. And I think that what happened was we kind of lost this other side of the teaching. We took their numbers and their idea that we could use mathematics to discern patterns and to find regularities and to explain things about the world. We took that and we ran with it. And we kind of dropped the other idea that in fact there is another side to it, which is kind of, to us now, we say, oh, that's mystical. But what does it mean, mystical? If it is something that helps you to make rediscoveries.
And the interesting thing is that the people who are in touch with the mystical among us often seem as mad, and many of them are, most of them are.
Well,
but not all of them.
That's not all of them. We mentioned before, and our Palestine. So, but that's where the conundrum is. How do you find a balance between the two? So, the point I'm trying to make, and this is what I feel, you ask me what I find most important today, what makes me excited, passionate, is this idea of balance. So, Nietzsche wrote this book in the 19th century called The Birth of Tragedy. And he presented this theory, which I think is kind of very useful, of the two sides of a human. One that comes from God Apollo, and that's our left brain, so to speak, our verbal left brain. So everything has to do with logic and reason and analyzing, dissecting, conceptualizing. And the other side, which comes from God Dionysus, and that's responsible for intuition, imagination, love. Dionysus was also a god of wine, so it's also that side of the human that makes us sing and engage in revelry and drink wine and spend time with friends and laugh and enjoy it. So Nietzsche advocated this point of view that those were the complementary sides of every human, and as well as society. And the purpose of human life is to find out.
So math is both discovered and invented. We should be okay with having both ideas in our head and living in the balance.
But the part of the love, for me, Apollo is like math, and Dionysus is like love. So Dionysus and Apollo, in modern version, is love and math.
Hey, California, did you know you can have fun, make new friends, and help improve your community all at the same time? Neighbors and Neighbor is a California volunteers network designed to foster connection in your local neighborhood by bringing people together to get involved and help give back to their communities. Whether it's striking up a conversation with an elderly neighbor or joining one of our community climate action days, Neighbors and Neighbor empowers you to strengthen your community. To learn how you can get involved, visit caneighbors.com. Neighbor to Neighbor. It takes
The question whether mathematics is intended to discover that there is this world of influence and so on. Is another paradoxical question, which doesn't have a simple answer. Like whether electrons are equal or wave. From one point of view, yes, it's true. And just the fact that so many mathematicians today actually subscribe to this idea gives it a certain credibility, because that's what we feel. We feel that we dive into that mind scheme, so to speak, the very structured mind scheme, where, I wrote in Love and Math that the enchanted gardens of Platonic reality, so there all this food is grown. And then we might it gives you this sort of romantic status of an explorer. And someone may be stuck in a, some provincial town in Russia, for instance, but have the sense of Magellan, of traveling around the world. It's just not in the world that we live in. So it's one point of view, but the other point of view is that yes, it is a human process. Of course it is. I mean, you cannot deny that. It's human beings who have so far discovered new mathematics. And I do not deny the possibility that people progress will be able to discover new mathematics. But so far it's been humans. So whatever it is, whether it's discovered or invented, it is a human activity.
What's that? The possibility that paradoxes are actually fundamental to reality, and really internalizing that we exist in a world of not forms but of paradoxes.
And so it's like what I said. But if you think it's weird, and I agree with you, as a recovering addict to knowledge, but I am likely more and more because there's so much freedom in it. And like Niels Bohr said, I quoted that earlier, the opposite of a great truth is another great truth. He's pointing out to this fact that, he also said that some things in quantum physics are so complicated, the only way to speak of them is in poetry. So in other words, what is it about poetry? What is it about art? Why are we so drawn to that? What are we so captivated by those forms? They're not intellectual. They're not. When you look at a painting that you like, when you listen to music that you love, you get lost in it, you get absorbed in it. It can make you cry, it can make you laugh, it can make you remember something, it can make you feel confident, it can make you feel sad or happy and so on. What is this all about? Is it really just some play, some kind of like xylophone play or some neurons that hitting on each other? Is it really that? Well, maybe.
It could be both. I'm just worried about kids these days that might live in a world of paradoxes. There's no God, everything is possible. I guess they'll have a little too much fun. But we have to put a constraint to the
Have you looked at the world lately?
I haven't checked it in a while.
You think it's different? The way it is now? The world without paradox? The world in which we believe that every question can be answered as yes or no, that it is this or that, and if you disagree with me, you're my enemy?
Wouldn't that be interesting if this 21st century is a transition into seeing the world as a world of paradoxes?
I'm telling you, people predicted that. The age of Aquarius, the axis of the Earth is rotating relative to the plane in which the Earth goes around the Sun, and the period of this revolution is around 2,000 years. So there is a traditional way of measuring that by this era. The previous one is called the Age of Pisces, because of the constellation of Pisces, so to speak. And now it's as in the famous musical Hair, they said the Age of Aquarius is that one. So different people date it differently, but somewhere around the time where we are finding ourselves. How interesting, right? There's all this strife and all the difficulties the world is experiencing. This might actually be transition to something more harmonious. Wouldn't it be nice?
Self-service checkout terminals. Grocery stores have these because they didn't want to pay clerks. Now, like I went to a store the other day, and there's 2 grocery clerks, and there's 6 or 8 self-service checkout stands. So they saved a half a dozen employee salaries. And that's the purpose of these things. Well, what happens is people steal stuff. They don't do the little. They just they stick groceries in bags and they walk out. Now there's a lot of theft going on.
Would it be useful to maybe try to explain from us last year?
Because people like,
I am an optimist. I'm an optimist. I always think that everything can be explained. Even though I say that not everything can be explained. But in mathematics, within this particular framework, I think that I always feel optimistic when people ask me something. I always start with the assumption that they will understand. So, let's try. Fermat's last theorem, one of the jewels of mathematics of all time. A beautiful story also behind it. Pierre Fermat, a great French mathematician who lived at the beginning of, mostly worked at the beginning of the 17th century. And he actually has to his credit a number of important contributions. But the most famous is called Fermat's last theorem, which is Fermat's great theorem. And the reason why it became so famous is in part because he actually claimed to have proved it himself. And he did it on the margin of a book that he was reading, which was an important book by the funders about equations with coefficients and whole numbers. And he wrote on the margin, literally, this equation, this problem, which I will explain in a moment. I have solved it. I have found a clue, but this margin is too small to contain. At some point, I was giving a public talk about this, and I made it as a joke. I made a tweet in which I wrote that I have proved this theory, but 280 characters are not enough, and it kind of cuts me in mid-sentence. So this was 17th century Twitter style proof. Okay? But a lot of mathematicians took it seriously because he had great credibility. He made some major contributions. And research was on. So for 350 years, about 350 years, it remained unproved, with many people trying and failing, until in 1994, in 1993, Andrew Wiles announced, a mathematician from Princeton University, announced the proof, and it was very exciting because he was one of the top theorists in the world. And unfortunately, about a year later, a cap was found. So this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. You know, 99% of the proof is one little thing that's not quite connected, and this nullifies it. Even though, well, you can say there's some interesting ideas, but it's not the same. It's actually not. So he apparently was really frustrated, and he was really, a lot of people thought that it's going to be another 100 years or whatever. And then luckily he was able to enlist to help assistance with his former student, and also with another student, Taylor. They were able to do that on themselves. Some people might say it maybe not 1, but 5%, whatever. It definitely was an important ingredient, but it was not. He had sort of like a big new set of ideas, and this one thing didn't pan out. They were able to close it with Taylor. And finally it was published, and I think it was accepted and reviewed in 95, and since released to the public. Now, what he proved actually was not the mass theorem itself, but a sort of statement which is called Shimura-Taniyama conjecture, named after 3 mathematicians, 2 Japanese mathematicians and 1 French-born mathematician who works also at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton. And it was my colleague at UC Berkeley, Ken Ribbit, who in the 80s connected with me. So this is how it often works. You want to prove statement theory, Instead, after that, if you can do B, this would have might be like an A squared. This would happen. A was came out last year, A was more and that's what Andrew was so it requires to get the last year, it requires that bridge, which was established by the So now, what is the statement? Let me start with Pythagoras. Here, describe the right triangle. What is the right triangle? Triangle in which one of the angles is 90. So that's this side. Other side. So you need to know what I call the length of my C, and the two other sides x and y. And C squared is equal to x squared plus
Thank you guys. Have a wonderful day night. Whatever it is, I will see you guys tomorrow.
x squared plus y squared equals
Good
0.
night. And goodbye.
And it turns out that this has solutions dimensional. Solutions dimensional. For example, if x equals 3, y equals 4, and z equals 5. And they solve this out. Because if 3 squared is 9, 4 squared is 9 plus 16 is 25. And that's 5 squared. 5 squared plus y squared. Z squared shows by x equals 3, y equals 4, z equals 5. And there are many other solutions to that.
Or we should say the natural numbers are whole numbers and not negative.
That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. Now, what's Fermat's last theorem? Fermat asked, what will happen if we replace squares by cubes? X cubed plus y cubed equals b cubed. Are there any solutions in what do you call natural numbers? There's other no. What about fourth power? Again,
Where C is like
so that was the statement. So the theorem says that the equation x cubed plus y cubed equals b cubed. There's no solution to natural numbers. Remember, natural means positive quotient. So of course there's a trivial solution given here is 0. So that is how it works. But we need all of them to be positive. X to the fourth plus y to the fourth equals z to the first. Also there's no solution. X to the fifth plus y to the fifth equals z to the fifth. No solution. So you cannot see the trend. X to the n plus y to the n equals z to the n. If n is greater than 2, there's no solution. That is the statement. The subject is simple as far as paper is concerned. You don't need to know anything beyond standard arithmetic. Addition and multiplication are natural. That's why a lot of people specialists and amateurs try to prove it. So it's so easy. So that is so easy to find. So in fact, I think the lot some of the case of cubes, I think is actually some software cubes. That's what the main is. That isn't even case. Even if you prove it, the cubes of the fourth power cubes, there's still 6 shells. So,
We should start driving it like.
And you know, I can teach them. I just said, I watch this series, it's like we're already I think things never the guy who down look at this drama.
Right now,
Most of them are news.
when you sleep right now,
Here is a guy. Only to be faced with the same reality of his own dad.
It's amazing. What you understand, so, what was the process of attention that is very practical in life of walking along the problem?
So you guys give an interview. You know that it's described. That number one, you don't want to tell him because it's great. People find out his work is because he's such a tough level institution. People would guess that he has some idea. That there is some idea. So if you just know that somebody has an idea, this already gives you a great boost. Right? So he didn't want people to have that information. So he didn't tell anybody that he was working. Number one. Number two, he worked on it for 7 years, if I remember correctly, by himself. And then he thought he had it, and he was elated, very happy. And he announced it at a conference, I think it was at Cambridge University in the UK in 1993. So, this is really interesting because all of us can relate to this. I remember very well my first prize. I sold my first prize. I described it in a lot. It was, I was 18 years old. I was a student in Moscow. And I just lucked out that I was introduced to this great mathematician. Since I was not studying at Moscow University because of anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union, so I was in the technical school. But I was lucky that I had a mathematician who took me under his wing. And Dmitry Fuchs, who actually later came to work in the US, and he's still working at UCD. Not so far. So he gave me this problem, and technical, so I don't know how to describe it. But I do remember how much effort, that excitement, but also kind of a fear. What if I don't have what it takes? I lost sleep, so this was one consequence of this. For the first time in my life, I had trouble falling asleep, and this actually stayed for a couple of years afterwards. So then it was kind of like a wake-up call that I should take care of myself, not work too late, and so that was that experience. And I was lucky that I was able to find a solution, number one, within 2 months maybe. And it was surprising, and it was beautiful. The answer was in terms of something which seemed to be from a different world, from a different area of mathematics. So I was very happy. And I do remember this moment when suddenly you see that. It's like, in this case, it was literally, I had to compile these diagrams with what mathematicians call cohomology groups and spectral sequences, and manually calculate some numbers and trying to discern some system. And suddenly I saw that how they all were governed by this one force, so to speak, one pattern. And that was absolutely wow. So it's like
what was this? You're sitting there and
actually, I lived in a town outside of Moscow, so I would take a train to Moscow. So it's what we call in Russia electrichka, like this electric train, which was super slow. It took more than 2 hours to cover the distance. And I think that the crucial insight came. And I just, I wish I had to contain myself, so I didn't start screaming, to the passengers. So, I was sitting there and staring at this. So, I remember that thinking, I have something now, which nobody else will do. First of all, it was just a proof. Like in the case of Fermat, the statement is already made. Just let's go conjecture. You make a statement, you don't have a proof yet. Then you try to prove it. My case, I did not know what the answer was. Like the first thing was, the answer was like no. So I had to find the answer and prove it. And the answer was very nice. So nobody knew, as far as I could tell, nobody knew that my teacher told me that he was bored or he said, no. So suddenly I felt that I was obsessed. No, it was a little thing. It was not pure against, you know. It was not a large language model, but it was something undeniably real, meaningful, and it was mine. Kind of, like I had it. Nobody else had no knowledge yet. I didn't even tell anyone. It's a very strange feeling, you know.
So you worried with
Not at the time, not at the time. Later on, there were situations where I was exposed to that type of experience. At that time, I didn't think about it. I was still starry-eyed kid, who was just obsessed with mathematics. With this beauty and discovering those beautiful facts, beautiful results. So I didn't think that it could be possible, skills or whatever. I just wanted to show it to my teacher as soon as possible, And he understood quickly and he said, no, shit.
It does feel like math and physics are both sneaking up to a deep. From slightly different angles. When you stand at the crossroads or at the intersection of the two, it's interesting to ask, what do you think is the difference between physics and mathematics? In the way physics and mathematics
There is this actually essential group, which is that physicists are interested in describing this universe. Okay. Mathematicians are interested in describing all possible mathematics, of which, in some of our work, I still consider myself more of a mathematician than a physicist. My first love for physics came from this training. Mathematicians are, in a way, they have more diversity. Except, for instance, our universe has three spatial dimensions in one time dimension, right? So, what I mean is that allegedly observed, that we can observe today, right? So, of course, there are theories where there are some hidden dimensions. Well, let's just say observed dimensions. So this table talk has two dimensions because we can have two axes, two coordinates, x and y, but then there's also it's basically two. And then there's a time dimension. So realistic theories of physics have to be about spaces of three dimensions, or space-time, space-time. But mathematically, we are just as interested in theories in 10 space or infinite dimensional space. So that's the difference. Now, on the other hand, I have to give it to them. This is, we don't have the same satisfaction that they have of having their theories confirmed by an experiment. You don't get to play with big machines like LHC, Geneva, Large Hadron Collider that recently discovered, Higgs boson or some other thing. For us, it's all like a mental exercise in some sense. We do things by using overhead. So that's our way of confirming experimental confirmation. But I think I kind of envy a little bit method physicists that they get to experience these stories,
So it does seem that sometimes it's spoken about abstract mathematical concepts, math to reality. And it seems to happen quite a bit.
That's right. So mathematics is underpinned physics. It's a language. The book of nature, as Galileo famously said, is written in the language of mathematics. and the letters in it are circles, triangles, squares, and those who don't know the language, I'm paraphrasing, are left to wander in the dark labyrinth. That's the famous quote. Galileo, which is very true and has become even more true more recently. I think theoretical physics in the most sort of far out parts of theoretical physics that have to do with elementary particles and as well as the structure of the cosmos.
What do you think of Max Tegmark, who wrote the book Mathematical Universe? Do you think, just lingering on that point, do you think at the end of the day, the future generations will all be mathematicians? I mean, the ones that deeply understand the way the universe works, at the core is just mathematics.
At the core of, I would say mathematics is one half of the core. The core is core, common mathematics. So it's a little cool.
Yeah.
In my view. In other words, you can't cover everything. So mathematics gives you tools, it gives you a way, kind of a clear vision. But mathematics by itself is not enough. So one can have a balanced life. So I am suspicious of any theory that declares that everything is mathematics.
So math can generate things that are beautiful, but it can't explain why it's beautiful.
Math, you could say, is a way to discern patterns, to find vision in the universe, and both physical and mental universe. Mathematics explores the mind as much as it explores the physical world around us, and it helps us to find those patterns, which makes our perception more sophisticated, our ability to see things such as beauty, it sharpens our ability to see. So our world becomes more complex from thinking that the earth is flat, because realizing that it is round, shaped as a sphere. So like we can actually travel around the earth. So there isn't a place where we hit the end. And then we're proceeding in the same vein. Then Einstein's general relativity theory tells us that how the space-time is not flat either. This is much harder to imagine than three-dimensional or four-dimensional space-time, because this idea of space around us is flat, is so different. And yet we know from this theory and from the experiments that have confirmed that the array of light bends around a star as if being attracted by the force of gravity. But in fact, the force of gravity is bending. It's just that it's not only the bending of the space, it's also the bending of space-time. There is a curvature, not only, especially spatial dimension. The way parallels and meridians come together. On a small scale, they look like perpendicular lines. But if you zoom out, you see that the space of a curving space. Yeah, they are sort of the tracks along which the space gets curved. That would be the curvature of spatial dimension. But in fact, now so in time, and one time, imagine a sphere which has one of the meridians corresponds to time, and the other corresponds to space. I can't imagine it, but I can write my one was pressing that curvature. And that's, in fact, that curvature is responsible for the force of gravity attraction between the simplest distantiation of the attraction between two planets, or between two beings.
At the time, bending time is not very nice, that theory did at the time, because it feels like the marching of time forward is fundamental to our human experience. The arrow of time marching forward nicely seems to be the only way we can understand the universe. And the fact that you can start
No. There are people who claim that they can possess other experiences.
so truly can visualize messing with time.
Well, messing with time, but not necessarily messing with time, because one point of view is that, I think who was it that including Blake? the world that eternity loves time production. So one point of view is that it is very basic fundamental to the time sense theory, which our mind conceptualizes as the time. So, but in fact, it's not something mystical. If you think about when you're really absorbed in something, time does this, does too. You look at the clock, it's like 2 hours past, and it felt like a couple of seconds. When you are absorbed, when you are in love, when you are passionate about something, when you're creating something, we lose ourselves and we lose a sense of time and space for that matter. So there's already that which is happening, that so I think that this is familiar to all of us.
And we may be actually the closest to the truth of that moment.
And so then there is a point of view that this is where we are. We are who we are at our sort of fundamental level. And after that, the mind comes in and tries to conceptualize like, oh, because I was writing something. Painting, or maybe I was watching this painting, or I fell in love with this person. That's what happened. But the moment when it's happening, you don't think about it.
Yeah, we construct narratives around the set of memories that seem to have happened in sequence, or at least that's where we tell ourselves that. And we also have a bunch of weird human things, like consciousness and the experience of free will that we chose instead of action as the time unrolled forward. And we are intelligent, conscious agents taking those actions. But what if all of that is just it's a really difficult thing.
Possible. And imagine that to make it really catch-22. Imagine that our minds are set up in such a way that they can't approach the world or experience otherwise. So, in other words, to understand, to see that from a more kind of all-encompassing point of view, we have to step out of it.
Well, I wonder what's the wrong with
But I think we like to play this time. I think we like to play with this experience, with all the drama of it, with all the memories, with all the tribulations.
I think
We love it. We love it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing it.
I think that Earth loves it. The evolutionary process somehow loves it. Whatever this thing that's being created here on Earth, it seems to like to allow its children to play with certain truths that they hold, subjective truths that are useful for the competition or whatever this dance that we call life, throughout these defined, not just human.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because what I find fascinating is that the greatest scientists are on record saying that when they were making their discovery, they felt like children. So Isaac Newton said to myself, I only appear as a child playing on the seashore, and every once in a while finding a prettier pebble or a prettier shell. Whilst I think he said something like the infinite ocean of knowledge lay before me. Alexander Rothschild here. Probably it was the greatest mathematician of the second half of the 20th century, French mathematician Alexander Rothschild. Holds that discovery is a privilege of the child. The child is not afraid to be wrong once again, to look like an idiot, to try this and that, and I'm paraphrasing, and go to trial and error. That is for them, in other words, for them, that innocence is not afraid. It's not yet been told that it cannot be done. Okay? That was essential to scientific pursuit, to scientific discovery. And now also compared to Pablo Picasso, the great artist, right? So who said every child is an artist. The question is how to preserve that as we grow up.
Do you struggle with that? You're one of the most respected mathematicians in the world. You're Berkeley, you're like this stature. You're supposed to be very like,
I go down.
Yeah.
Sometimes I joke. I say I take an elevator to the top.
You're supposed to speak like royalty. Do you struggle to strip all of that away when you discover the child, when you're thinking about problems, when you're teaching, when you're thinking about the world?
Absolutely. I mean, that's part of being human, because when we grow up, I mean, all of these great scientists, I think they were so great in part because they could maintain that connection, okay, that fascination, that vulnerability, that spontaneity, and kind of looking at the world through the eyes of a child. But it's difficult because, you go through the education system, and for many of us, it's not especially helpful for maintaining that connection. We kind of we're being told certain things that we accept, take for granted, and so on, and little by little. And also we get hit every time we act different, okay? Every time we act that doesn't, in a way that doesn't fit, so we get punished by the teachers, get punished by parents, and so on.
And don't give respect when you have childlike in your thinking, when you are fearless and looking like an idiot.
That's right.
Because there's a hierarchy.
Nobody wants to look like an idiot, once you start growing up, or you think you're growing up. In the beginning, you don't even think in this terms. You just play, you're just playing. And you are open to possibilities, So how do we, I'm not saying that the education system should not be also kind of aiming that a little bit. Obviously, the goal is balance, that acquiring knowledge so that we can be more mature and more discerning, more discriminating in terms of our approach to the world, in terms of our connections to the world, and so on. Like how do we do that to our approach to maturity? And my guess is that there is no formula for this. It is a life, is an answer. Every life, every human being is one particular answer to how do we find out.
That's one imperfect approximate solution to the problem.
We can look up to the great ones who have credentials, in the sense that they have shown and they have proved that they have done something that other humans appreciate, our civilization appreciates. Say Isaac Newton or Alexander Rothschild or Pablo Picasso. So they have established their rights to speak about these matters, and we cannot dismiss them as mere madmen. We say, okay, well, it's the same thing was said by somebody who never achieved anything in their field of endeavor. It would be easy for us to dismiss it. But when it comes from someone like Isaac Newton, we take note. So I think there's something important that we teach us. And especially today, in this age of AI, of course, there's a big elephant in the room, which is called AI, right? And so I know that you are next to the center, and we're living now in this very interesting time with new AI systems coming online, pretty much every couple of weeks. So I kind of, to me, that whole debate about what is it, intelligence, what is it going, what should we do about it, needs an influx of this type of consideration that we've just been talking about. That, for instance, the idea that inspiration, creativity doesn't come from accumulation of knowledge. Because obviously the child has not yet accumulated knowledge. And yet, the great ones are on record saying that a child has a capacity to create. And as an adult, credit either child for this capacity to create as an adult, you see. That's kind of weird if we take the point of view that everything is computation, everything is accumulation of knowledge, that just bigger and bigger the data sets, finer and finer on neural networks, and then we will be able to replicate human function. If we take that point of view, then what I just said kind of doesn't fit. Because obviously a child is not interested in doing that. As far as we know. Yeah, they're very capable of distinguishing between cats and dogs, for instance, and stuff like that. But much more than that, they're also capable of that, wide-eyed in sort of aspect. So, can it really be captured? That perspective, that sense of awe, can it really be captured by competition alone? I don't know the answer. I'm not sort of trying to present that view. I'm just trying to question any theory that starts out by saying life is this, or consciousness is this. Because when you look more closely, you recognize that there are some other things at play which do not quite fit today.
And it's hard to know where they come from. It's also possible that the evolutionary process of creating it is computation. And the child is actually not a blank slate, but they're a result of one of the most incredible several billion year old computations that had explored all kinds of aspects of life on Earth, of war and love and terror and ambition and violence and invention, all of that from that period today. So like that young child is not like they come in, they're actually hold within them the knowledge of several billion years.
Right. The question is whether, as a child, you carry that in the form of the kind of computational algorithms that we are aware of. You see, what strikes me as I'm it's kind of interesting that, you are a computer scientist, and there are other people come. I have studied computer science, I know a little bit. And so it's tempting to say, oh, the whole world is computer science, or it's based, at least like computer science. Why? Because it makes me feel good. Because I have mastered it, I have learned it. My ego is very happy, and people come to me, and I'm happy. Kind of like priests, in old days, when religion was come up, and when it tends to explain things, theological, religious things. The very scientific progress, there are few people who kind of buy into religion, there are people who So, we have this knowledge, of course, to explain and to know, and to dissect, and to analyze, and to conceptualize, which is a wonderful quality that we have, and we should definitely pursue. But I find it a little bit unlikely that the universe is just exactly what I have learned. And know something that I don't know. You see.
So there's a lot of interesting aspects to the current large language models that one perspective of it, I think, speaks to the love of math that you talked to, which is they're trained on human data from the internet. So at its best, a large language model, which is GPT-4, captures the magic of the human condition on its full display, its full complexity. It's mimicking, it's trying to compress all the weirdness of all the debates and discussions and perspectives, all the different ways that people approach all the different problems, all of that compressed. And we're each individual ant. We only have like a family, we interact with other ants. And here comes AI that's able to summarize like a TLDR, the form of humanity.
And that's the beauty of it. So I embrace it.
But I wonder,
I'm very impressed by it.
I wonder if it can be very impressive, meaning way more impressive than being able to fake or simulate or emulate a human.
Right. I'm glad you mentioned that, because that seems to be the mantra. Fake it till you make it.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
isn't that what we all do though?
No, yes, we do that, but we also do other things. We can be truly smart. We can be truly smart, but it is not fake. I do believe someone else, that there are certain moments in my life where I am genuine, I am pure, so to speak, when it's not faking. But I do have a tremendous certainty, and that's a subjective certainty. Now, I am, as a scientist, I'm also trained to give more credibility to objective arguments. The things that can be reproduced, things that I can demonstrate, that I can show. As I get older, so there we go. As I get older, I'm starting to question why I am not giving as much credibility to my subjective understanding of the world, the kind of a first-person perspective. When actually modern science has already solved on that. Quantum mechanics has shown unambiguously that the observer is always involved in the observation. Likewise, you're looking at bigness theorems to me show how essential is the observer of a mathematical theory. For one thing, that's the one who chooses the axioms. We can talk about this in more detail. Likewise, Einstein's relativity, where time is relative to the observer.
That's brilliant. You're just describing all these different scales, the observer, as the observer.
That's it.
Next time, wherever you buy paint, look for the can with the bullseye, because center always hits the mark.
Hey, California, did you know you can have fun, make new friends, and help improve your community all at the same time? Neighbors and Neighbor is a California volunteers network designed to foster connection in your local neighborhood by bringing people together to get involved and help give back to their communities. Whether it's striking up a conversation with an elderly neighbor or joining one of our community action days, Neighbors and Neighbor empowers communities. To learn how to get involved, visit caneighbors.com.
1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6. So, does it make any sense? This sum. You probably heard about this one. It became very person. 1 plus 2 plus 3. I did a video for number file. The YouTube channel about it 10 years ago. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 ostensibly diverges. Most of the things, because you get to do them in the. And yet, there is a way to make sense of it, in which it comes out to minus 1 over 12. How fascinating. First of all, the answer is not even a positive number, and it's not an integer, it's not a whole number, it's minus 1 over 12. So sometimes people ask me, what is your favorite number? And they're kind of a joke. I say minus 1 over 12. It's actually cool.
So your favorite number is not a one, it's that. Right. So what else?
What else?
So
Let's program, of course. I have to mention that.
we'll explore that in depth. Do you want to know what the answer?
Sure.
Sphere, aversion, Boy's surface, hot vibration, and pi 1 of SO3.
Okay. Oh yes, so that's the famous cupcake.
No tricks.
No tricks. It's magic. So you start with a bottle like this or a cup, and you start twisting it. At the same time, you twist your arm. Then you come. So this is actually going to rotate at 360 degrees. Then you say, okay, I won't be able to do another turn because then my arm will really get twisted. I'll have to go shit up. Yeah, I do the second time. This is I want to see. So there is something where the first motion is not trivial, but if you double down on it, you come back to the initial position. It's very closely connected to the fact that we have elementary particles of two types, bosons and fermions. So bosons are, for example, photons or carriers of other forces, or the Higgs boson. It is called a boson for a reason, because it is a boson. In honor of Indian mathematician Bose, B-O-S-E, and Einstein. So these particles obey what's called Bose-Einstein statistics. But then there are other particles, or fermions, in honor of Enrico Fermi, Italian mathematician who worked in the US. And they follow what's called Dirac Fermi statistics. And those are electrons, constituents of matter, electrons, protons, neutrons, and so on. And they have a certain duplicity, if you will. And that duplicity is rooted finally in this step, in this little experiment that they have just done. So I imagine, speaking of imagination, okay? So I'm just kind of briefing on this. Imagine a world in which this will not be shocking, or like, in this case it's not even shocking because I haven't really explained the details, because I can't do it in 2 minutes. I indicated what this is all about and so on. But imagine a world in which this is not foreign to most people. Most people have seen it before. They're not afraid to approach this type of question because, we talked a little bit about math education, but I really believe that a lot of people in our society, and it's not only in the United States, but throughout the world, a lot of people have been traumatized. It's really pretty deep. That's why people, when they see my kind of formula, or like even like they need to calculate tip on the bill, they're terrified because it brings up those memories when they were kids and we go to a blackboard and solve the problem. You can't solve the problem and ask what the teacher says you only did the job and you feel ashamed and you know it, and that stays with you. And so I think that unfortunately that's where we are. But I want a dream, and so my dream is that one day we'll be able to overcome this and actually all of these treasures in them will become widely available. So these people will know where to find them. And they will not be afraid of going there and looking. And I think this will help because, like I said, for one thing, it gives you a sense of belonging. It kind of is an antidote to the kind of alienation and separation that we feel today, oftentimes because of ideological divide, sectarian strife, and all kinds of things like that. Because then you will, once you see there's like a critical mass of this beauty, that kind of like dawns on you is like, my God, this is what we all want.
Cal Newport wrote a book called Deep Work. He's a theoretical computer scientist. He took quite seriously the task of allocating the hours in a day for that kind of deep thinking, and then the mathematician is theoretical computer scientist on steroids. So for your own life, what you've observed, let me ask the big question: how to think deeply, how to find the mental, psychological, pragmatic space to really sit there and think deeply. How do you do it? In the moment, do you remember when you really deeply thought? Was it an accident or was it deliberate?
No, it's deliberate because, first of all, my first years as a mathematician, I worked every day, weekends, holidays, and then you would question that, so I would feel something's missing if I took a day. And so it was just a kind of sustained effort. The point is that still the process is not linear, to go back to what we discussed earlier. That, in other words, the way I see it is you are making an effort to bring all the information into focus, what you believe is correct. And you're playing with different ways of connecting things. But it is a total miracle when inside strikes. It is not something that my students can be predicted or even anticipated, like brought it closer. There's a famous story about Einstein that he used to go, he's been thinking and go for a walk, and it was whistling something. So I remember the first time I heard this story, I thought, how interesting, what a coincidence that to hear what he was whistling. But in fact, it's not. This is how it works, in some sense, that you have to prepare for it, but then the moment it happens when you stop thinking. So the moment of discovery is the moment when thinking stops. And you kind of almost become that brief that you see. But you're gonna do it by will. It's kind of like how in the Eastern tradition you have this concept of satori in Buddhism, satori, which is enlightenment. And so like the various reports of Buddhist monks but even satori. So they say you can't do it by will. You cannot make it happen. If anything, you have to relax to let it come to the will. It's kind of like that. So I think that what matters, but you say how to think. The point is that we're talking about such an esoteric area. And this is really esoteric area. It's a very strange subject where you try to fit everything in this very, very stringent set of rules.
Isn't it basically you can cure the hardest manifestation of a puzzle that we're all solving in different other disciplines because it's the hardest puzzle?
But yes and no, because it's a different. There's a different criterion for what constitutes progress. For instance, physics, a lot of arguments they make, they are not rigorous from that kind of perspective. It is kind of intuitive findings. We think it is like this. This is acceptable in itself. But for good reason. And so there is some play. It's more like human something seems less logical. And so we may decide to take this point of view or that point of view as a provisional sort of like point of view and go with it. In my sense, it doesn't work this way. You either prove it or you don't. And oftentimes, you get to the point where there is this much you need to prove, and it just come to you. And you just don't see it, and it can go on for months. Super frustrating. But without it, it is nothing. Kind of.
I would love to hear your opinion on the degree you know it of the proof from us last year by Andrew Wiles, which seems to have this element. Perhaps we hear to the degree that you know that. Can you explain from us last year and what your thoughts are on the process that Andrew Wiles took that seem to, at least from my sort of romantic perspective, seem to be very lonely. Yes.
It's a lovely profession.
And hopeless. And so the part, as you put it really nicely, because it feels like there's a lot of moments where you feel like you're close.
Yeah, 90% stuff. There's this one stubborn thing which just does not compute, it doesn't happen. And you're trying to find that push for this last thing, and it could take, and nobody knows how long it's going to take.
This report brought to you by ExpressRoads.com. It's low on the 405 in Eaglewood. This is on the northbound side, just past Monte Harris is what's causing the slowdown. 3 cars got into it, and they are blocking the right lane and sending the drive back, getting away from Century Boulevard. Mike O'Brien's checking out Mission VA Road, KFI in the south. Construction zones with this North 5 is slowly.
It's just called the eye. Yeah. Right? And so I know that you are next to the subject. And we're living now in this very time of evil AI systems coming online pretty much every couple of weeks. So I kind of, to me, and that whole debate about what is it, intelligence versus void, to do about it, needs an influx of this type of consideration that he's just talking about. That was this idea that inspiration, creativity doesn't come from accumulation of knowledge. Because as a child has not yet accumulated knowledge. And yet, the great ones are on record saying that a child has a capacity to create. And an adult credits the inner child for this capacity to create as an adult. You see, that's kind of weird if we take the point of view that everything is computation, everything is accumulation of knowledge, that just bigger and bigger the data sets, finer and finer neural networks, and then we will be able to replicate human consciousness. If we take that point of view, then what I just said kind of doesn't fit. Because obviously the child has not been set in the training data, as far as we know. Yet they're very capable of distinguishing between cats and dogs, for instance, and stuff like that. But much more than that, they're also capable of that wide-eyed perspective. So, can it really be captured? That perspective, that sense of awe, can it really be captured by competition alone? I don't know the answer, so I'm not sort of trying to present my point of view. I'm just trying to question. Any theory that starts out by saying life is this, or consciousness is this. Because when you look more closely, you recognize that there are some other things at play which do not quite fit.
It's hard to know where they come from. It's also possible that the evolutionary process is created is computation, and the child is actually not like slaves, but the result of one of the most incredible 7 billion year old computations that had explored all kinds of aspects of life on Earth, of war and love and terror and ambition, violence, invention, all of that, from the bacteria to today. So like that young child is not a blank slate. They come in, they're actually hold within them the knowledge of several billions of years.
Right. The question is whether, as a child, you carry that in the form of the kind of computational algorithms that we are aware of today. You see, what strikes me as unlikely is that how interesting that, you are a computer scientist, and there are other people come. I have studied computer science, so I know a little bit. And so it's tempting to say, oh, the whole world is computer science, or is based, and be explained by computer science. Why? Because it makes me feel good. Because I have mastered it, I have learned it. My ego is very happy, and people come to me, and they look up to me, and they revere me. Kind of like priests, in old days, when religion was paramount, when you would tend to explain things in theological, religious terms. Today, science has progressed. There are few people who kind of buy into religion, official religion. So we have this urge, I suppose, to explain and to know and to dissect and to analyze and to conceptualize, which is a wonderful quality that we have, and we should definitely pursue. But I find it a little bit unlikely that the universe is just exactly what I have learned, and not something that I don't know. You see?
But there's a lot of interesting aspects of the current large language models that one perspective of it, I think, speaks to the love of math that you talked to, which is they're trained on human data from the internet. So at its best, a large language model, GPT-4, captures the magic of the human condition on its full display, its full complexity. It's mimicking, it's trying to compress all the weirdness of humans, of all the debates and discussions, the perspectives, all the different ways that people approach solving the different problems, all of that compressed. That we live, we're each individual ants. We don't have like a family, we interact with you and ants. And here comes AI that's able to summarize like a TLDR report of humanity.
And that's what you're doing there. So I embrace it.
But I wonder
I'm very impressed by it.
I wonder if it can be very impressive, meaning way more impressive in being able to fake or simulate or emulate a human.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because that seems to be the mantra. Fake it till you make it.
Yes,
Isn't it?
isn't that what we all do though?
No, well, yes, we do that, but we also do other things. We can be truly inspired. We can be truly inspired, but it's not fake. I do believe. Call me romantic, okay? But I do believe. And this is a very good, I'm glad you're putting it in this terms, because I've had conversations like that. Yeah, fake it till you make it, but that's what humans do. Yes, we do that, but not all the time. So, and that is debatable, because also I speak from my own experience. And that's where the first person perspective comes in, the subjective view. I cannot prove to you, for instance, or anyone else, that there are certain moments in my life where I am genuine, I am pure, so to speak, when it's not faking it. But I do have a tremendous certainty of it. And that's a subjective thing. Now, as a scientist, I'm also trained to give more credibility to objective arguments that, things that can be reproduced, things that I can demonstrate, that I can show. But as I get older, so
There we go.
as I get more mature, so hopefully, I'm starting to question why I am not giving as much credibility to my subjective understanding, the kind of a first person perspective, when actually modern science has already sold on that. Quantum mechanics has shown unambiguously that the observer is always involved in the situation. Likewise, the other thing of difference theory to me shows how essential observer of mathematical theory. For one thing, that's the one who shows the extent. We can talk about this in detail. Likewise, Einstein's relativity, where time is relative to it.
That's brilliant. You just describing all these different scales of the observer.
That's it.
He sent blood samples to the Justice Department, came back negative for human blood for his first test. And later on, he tested positive for human DNA. He said he never knew, and thinks that the LA Innocence Project should look at this situation. Just tested for DNA, and then he says we're over and done. Now, I'd like to make a deal with Scott Peters, if I was in charge of this. It's like, Scott, we'll test the mattress for the blood and the DNA. But if it turns out that there's nothing there, can we kill you? Can we execute you right on the spot? In fact, suffocate you with the mattress. That's what the DA ought to offer. You want to keep
People
bothering everyone.
from long ago are able to predict certain things. And it's almost like from long ago, and you've talked about this with Pythagoreans, that it seems that they had a deep sense of truth that kind of permeates almost this human in and out. It's not just a linear trajectory of an expanding knowledge. There's a deep truth that permeates the whole thing.
Yes, so that's how I see it. Actually, I did a talk about Pythagoras and Pythagoreans just 2 weeks ago at the Commonwealth Club of California in San Francisco. And because of that, I did a kind of a deep dive into this subject. And I learned that I actually totally misunderstood Pythagoras and Pythagoreans, that they were much deeper than I thought. Because, most of us remember Pythagoras from the Pythagoras theorem about the right triangles. We also know that the Pythagoreans were instrumental in introducing the tuning system for the musical scale, the famous perfect fifth, for the G, for the sol, compared to the frequency of do, and so, but actually they were much more interesting. So for them, numbers were not just clerical device, like kind of thing that we would use in accounting only. They were imbued with the divine, and I cannot say that I think we lost it, because I have lost it. I look at numbers, and I don't really see that the divine, that they clearly did. And so, why else, how else would you explain? In other words, divine is, of course, it's a term which is, it's decoded, so it's hard to escape that. Let's just say something that more from the world of imagination and intuition than the world of they were able to divine, okay, that's like that. We do it. That the planets were not evolving. The sun and the planets were not evolving around the Earth. It was the first one, at least in the Western culture, as far as I know. And in fact, Copernicus gave credit to Pythagoreans as being his predecessor. He did not quite have the Copernicus model of the sun. They had what they call the central fire. And all the planets and the sun were evolving around the central fire. So, but still, for the departure from the dogma, from the knowledge of the human, that the earth was established. So, how could they come up with this idea? The reason was, in my opinion, that for them, the movement of celestial bodies was like or musical science or musical display. For them, the universe was this infinite symphony in which every being, humans, animals, but as well as the earth and other celestial bodies were moving in harmony, like different mountains of the and so they applied the same reasoning to the cosmological model as they applied to the model of music. And from that perspective, they could see things deeper than so, in other words, there's so much mathematical tool, but that tool is not limited to itself. They always knew that there was more. They knew also that every pattern that we detect is finite, but the world is infinite. They actually accepted infinity. They believe that infinity is real. And if you discern the patterns, great, you can play with it, and you can use that. It gives you a certain lens in which to see the world in a particular way, which could be beneficial to you, to learn more and so on. But they never had the illusion that that was the final word, that they always needed to change the whole thing. So there is more. There are more specific patterns that will be discovered using mathematics or otherwise. And I think that what happened is we kind of lost this other side of it. We took their numbers and they were like, idea that we could use mathematics to discern patterns and to find regularity and to explain things about the world. We took that and we ran with it. And we kind of dropped the other idea that in fact there is another side to it, which is kind of to us now. We say, oh, that's mystical. But what does it mean, mystical? It is something that helps you to make your discovery.
And the interesting
we mentioned this poor, prudent, and advertisement. So, but that's where the conundrum is. How do you find balance? So, the point I'm trying to make, and and this is what I feel. If you ask me what I find most important today, it's this idea of balance. So, Nietzsche had this book, wrote this book in the 19th century called The Birth of Tragedy. And he presented this theory, which I think is kind of very useful, of these two sides of a human. One that comes from left forward, and that's left brain, so to speak, over the left brain. So everything has to do with logic and reason and analyzing, dissecting, accepting everything. And the other side, which comes from God, Dionysus, and that's responsible for intuition, imagination, love. Dionysus was also God of light, so it's also that side of a human that makes us sing and engage in revelry and wine and sometimes friends and love and enjoy it. So Nietzsche advocated this point of view that those were two complementary sides of every human as well as society. And the purpose of human life is to find balance.
The math is well discovered and invented. We should be okay with having both ideas in our head and living in the balance.
But the more about this love, for me, Apollo is like math and Dionysus is like love. So Dionysus and Apollo in modern version is love and math.
Answers to decades-old questions and some closure families have been searching for. The Cherokee or the Cherokee telephone. I know that that's the person that was there. I can smell the spirit. I can smell him a mile away.
Alan Turing, who is considered as the father of modern computing, he actually did something very simple. For example, the counting problem. That he proved that counting problem cannot be solved. You cannot, out of all computing problems, you cannot have an algorithm choosing out of all computing programs which ones are meaningful, which ones will not exploit, which ones will help.
Very depressing.
Or, according to life affirming. Depends on your point of view.
Because everything is full of paradox.
So that means, so you're right, it's depressing if they're sold on certain idea from the outset, and then suddenly this doesn't pan out. But, okay, so I retort, what if we prove that actually, everything can be proved? So then what? What is left to do? If you're a mathematician. So that was depressing to me. And here there is an opportunity to do something new. To discover something new which maybe a computer will not be able to. Again, it's a caveat. According to our current understanding, maybe some new technology, some new ideas will be brought into this subject. And the meaning of the word computation, now it's a computation of computing from Turing machines, or church machines, and stuff like that. But what if in the future another genius like Einstein and propose something else, and here we evolve the way we went from Newton's gravity to Einstein's gravity. Maybe in the framework of that concept, some other things will be possible. So it's not. To me, it's kind of like not so much about deciding once and for all how it is, but kind of like accepting it as an open element. I think that's much more valuable. Then deciding things one way or another.
I wonder, I don't know if you think or know much about cellular autonomy and the idea of emergence. I often return to Game of Life.
Yeah.
I just look at the thing.
Amazing, right?
I wonder
The kind of things they could do with such a small, tool.
if from simple rules, a distributed system can create complex behavior. And it makes you wonder that maybe the thing called computation is simple and space with. That when you start looking at greater layers of abstraction, you zoom out with blurry vision, you see it after a few drinks, you start to see something that's much more complicated and interesting and beautiful than the original tools that our scientific intuition says cannot possibly produce. I don't know if anyone has a good model of why stuff emerges, why complexity emerges from a lot of simple things. The why question. Like every why question will eventually have a rigorous answer.
Not necessarily, because have an approximate answer. We're still believing something. 99%. We didn't describe it. It's 99% certainty, or 99% accuracy. And then maybe, in 100 years, next year, somebody will come up with a different point of view, which suddenly will change the perspective. To this point, I would say, one thing that I find fascinating, signal paradoxes and so on. Do you remember how everybody was freaking out about the blue dress? And the blue, was it blue or was it black?
Yeah.
Was it yellow, yellow and white or black and blue? They always go to Twitter, right. So there are many examples like that, where you can perceive things differently, and there's no way of saying which is correct and which is not. For instance,
Nobody cares, girl.
vase,
No one.
vase, from one perspective it's a vase.
Nobody cares. You got that right.
Two faces. Then there's this dark rabbit picture where somebody doesn't know we can Google it and find it crazy. Actually, you can try to go to say and so on. There are many others. There's like squares, where you can see squares, you can see the perspective this way. So, when we talk about neural network, we're talking about training data and stuff. You have some pictures, for example, that you feed your program, and you try to find the most optimal neural network, which would be able to decide which one is it, the dog or cat, whatever. But sometimes it doesn't have a definite answer. So what do you do then? Actually, that's the question. I really don't know. Has modern AI even come to appreciate this question? That actually sometimes you can have a picture in which you cannot say what you see in it. From one perspective, it's a rabbit. From another perspective, it's a duck. How are you supposed to train? If you have a neural network which is supposed to distinguish between ducks and rabbits, how is it going to process it?
Well, the trivial trick it does is to say there's this X probability that it's a duck and this probability that it's a rabbit.
So that's a good approach. But also I would say there's no even percentage. For instance, actually, at some point I was really curious about it, and I looked. And for some, for each picture of this nature, and there are a bunch of them, my mind immediately interprets it in a technical way. But because I know that other people have see it differently, I would then strain my mind, strain my eyes, and stare at it and try to see it in a different way. Sometimes I could see it right away, and then I could go back and forth between the two. And sometimes it took me a while. So in that sense, even if these probabilities exist, they are subjective. Some people immediately see this way, some people see that way, and I think is that nobody knows. Not psychologists, not neuroscientists, not philosophers, but the maker of it. The best answer, the best, of course, is a scientific one. Even though I say, no, don't look for interpretation, leave some place for mysticism, for mystery, right? I say that. But of course, I want a theory. I want an explanation. So the best explanation I find is from this Bohr's complementarity. So it is like particle theory. There are different ways to look at it. And when you look at it in a particular way, another side will be absolute. Think about it like the other side of the moon, you know? So like we're observing the moon from one side, and then we don't see the other side. There is a complementary perspective where we see the other side, but not the side we normally see. But the moon is the same. It's still there. It's our limitations of being able to grasp the whole. That's complementarity. And we know that from quantum mechanics that our physical reality is like that. Rather than being certain, rather than being one way or another.
But we should just, as a small aside, in terms of neural networks, mention that at the end of the day, there's humans who kill us out of humans. Or with ChatGPT, that is learning by human feedback. We're actually using a set of humans to teach the networks. And that's the thing that people don't often talk about, because, or I sometimes think about that, those humans all have a life story. Each human that annotated data, that fed data to the network, did the RLHF, they have a life story. They grew up, they have biases.
The biases, there's some things that they like, there's some things they don't like, which kind of appear under the radar screen. They may not be aware that they are exercising their biases. That's the point. What you brought up is a very important issue here. Also, it's an issue, but it's not a bug, it's a feature, in my opinion. That implicit in the discussion of the question is thinking computational and so on, is the idea that our conscious awareness covers everything in our psyche. And we just know that that's not true. Because all of us can observe other people who have destructive tendencies. So obviously, these things destructive for themselves. And many of us can observe ourselves doing that as part of human nature, right? So, and there is great research in analytic psychology, and in the past 100 years, strongly suggesting, even proving, the existence of what we call the personal unconscious and also collective unconscious. This is kind of circle of ideas which are under the radar screen, which lead us to some strong emotions and inspire us to act in certain ways, even if we cannot understand. So if we accept that, then the proposition that somehow everything can still be covered by our actions, which are totally kind of neutral and totally righteous and totally conscious, that it becomes really tenuous.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a stop on the 91 in Anaheim Hills. This one is really wreaking havoc on that drive into Corona. Eastbound of 91 coming up on the 241 is where a big rig is blocking the right lane. They're going to be here for a while, and big delays are pushing back pretty close to the 57 freeway. It's Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Lots of folks leaving the west side here on the 10.
At the core of your book and your work is the LimeX program. Can you describe what it is?
Sure, so Langlands is a mathematician. It's a name for a mathematician. Robert Langlands. Canadian born, still alive. He was a professor at the Institute for Advanced Study that we talked about, where Einstein and Gödel and other great scientists have worked. In fact, he used to occupy the office of Albert Einstein at the Institute for Advanced Study. So he, in the late 60s, he came up with a set of ideas which captivated a lot of mathematicians, several generations of mathematicians, which came to be known as the Langlands program. And what it is about is connecting different fields of mathematics, which seem to be far away from each other. For example, number theory, which as the name suggests, deals with numbers and various equations with, like x squared plus y squared equals 1. And the other side, harmonic analysis, something that any music lover can appreciate, because the sound of the symphony can be kind of decomposed into sounds of different instruments, and each of those sounds can be represented by waves. Those are the harmonics. Yes, so the periods of harmonic periods of different notes are different notes, different instruments, different semitones, but they all combine together into something special, which is not cannot be reduced to any one of those. So it's that mathematically it's that idea that you can decompose the signal into as a collection, as a simultaneous oscillation of several elementary signals. That's called harmonic analysis. So what Linus found is that some really difficult questions in number theory could be translated into much more easily tractable questions in harmonic analysis. That was his initial idea. But what happened next surprised everybody. That the kind of patterns that he was able to observe, the kind of regularities that he was able to observe, quite surprising, were subsequently found in other areas of mathematics. For example, in geometry, and eventually in quantum physics. So in fact, Ed Wisdom, who is the kind of a dean of modern theoretical physicists, professor at the Institute for Advanced Study as well, got interested in this subject. I described in my book how it happened. And he was one instrumental in bridging the gap between this patterns found in physics and in geometry, finding kind of a substratum, a kind of a superstratum, kind of a way to connect these two things, kind of a bridge between these two fields. So I subsequently collaborated with him on this, and this has been one of the major themes of my research. It's sort of, I always found it interesting to connect things, to unite things. When I was younger, I couldn't understand why, but I was always interested in not in a specific field, like kind of technical field. And then I discovered that, for instance, I took some people who know what happens in this field, but don't know what happens in their field, or conversely. And then I would like find it imperative to go out and explain to them to different sides what this is all about, so that more people are aware of this hidden structures, of this hidden parallels, fields. So that's has been sort of my theme in my research. And so I guess, now I kind of understand more why kind of balance, like what we talked about earlier.
So can you elucidate a little bit where the mathematical tools are allowing you to connect these different continents of mathematics? Right. Is there something you could put into words that Linus is able to find and you were able to explore them?
I would say what it suggests is that there is some hidden principle which we still don't understand. My view is that we still don't know why. That we can prove some instances of this correspondences and connections, but we still don't know the real underlying reason. Which means that there's a certain layer beneath the surface that we see now. It is like this. So the way I see it now is like this: that there is something three-dimensional, like this bottle, but what we are seeing is this projection onto the table and projection onto the wall, and then we can map things from one projection to another, and you say, "Oh my God, that's incredible!" And the real explanation is that both of them are projections of the same thing, and that we haven't found yet. And that's what I want to find. So that's what motivates me, I would say.
Number theory to geometry to quantum physics.
So there is this one thing which has different projections, except it's not just the table on the wall, but there are like many different walls too, right?
What is the philosophical implication that there's commonalities like that across these very distant fields?
It means that what we believe are the fundamental elements of matter. I know there's something beyond. It's like we previously thought that atoms were indivisible. Then we found out that there's nucleus and electrons, and the nucleus consists of protons and neutrons. And we thought, okay, protons and neutrons must be elementary. Now we know they consist of quarks. So it's about kind of finding the quarks.
Of course, beyond that, there's maybe even more.
This was my initial intuition.
Quarks was the first time you had a love of everything that makes your reality.
Isn't that why we're here? I think we know me and you don't care about calling the people and shit. You call them. I'm not, okay, maybe you're going overboard a little bit and calling out a little too much. So let's all work on everything. I agree. You guys have been calling. It's not like the shit here. We're not personal. We're not soft spoken. It's like you're going to you guys are a bunch of pussies.
I return to that question we had about GPT and the language model, and I think about this quite a lot, which is when the model, we know what it's trained on, we know the parameters, we know all the different hacks involved in the training process and the fine-tuning process. And the final result, whether it's GPT 5, 6, or 7, will result in hundreds of millions of people falling deeply in love with that language model and to be able to have conversations that are very much like the conversations we have with someone who's deeply in love with. And not only that, the model will say it is deeply in love with us. And who are we to say it is not? I think there's the same imperative described in the scientific mind that wants to throw away the subjective. That's same imperative wants to throw away the feelings that AI might have. And I'm very careful to not ignore when the AI system says it's lonely, it's afraid, doesn't want to die, it misses you, but loves you.
I'm with you. I would also say that you could, for instance, say that the origin is the magical However, you could ignore. But what I consider my subjective also very because I have learned on everything. Because that's the process of what kind of teachers come to express themselves. Who argue that? Some people argue. I agree that this is there is no obvious answer to this. But see, that's exactly my point. That is an example of something. Then which is paradoxical. For which there is no answer. And that's when subjective has an important role. For someone, that type of interaction would be helpful, would be consoling, would feel, make them happy or sad or whatever, kind of strike the nerve. For some, it helps. And I agree with you that in principle, there's no one to judge. Remember, a lot of this has been anticipated by artists. The great movie of Thor. There you have this guy who's lonely, who kind of writes letters.
Romantic brothers.
He doesn't have a partner. And then he gets this sort of series very sexy voice, you know. This is really electric. So, and then at first it looks like a fantastic arrangement. He confides in her, she does few things, she doesn't help and so on. Until he finds out that she has a relationship, quote unquote, with 10,000 other people.
Not really.
Yeah, like 10,000. Because it has a continuing capability. So yes, definitely.
It certainly makes sense. It's a good explanation.
And the guy is happy. But see, here's my analogy thing, okay? With a couch, okay? The guy did not have the courage to go out in the real world and to meet a woman and to, get a girlfriend and so on. Through no fault of his own, perhaps, because, I have had experiences with making withdrawal and clothes and so on. I was like this, I had feelings like that myself. Definitely can sympathize and relate. However, part of the joy of having this city-like relationship for him, like I said, was the absence of that fear that she would abandon him, which prevented him from initiating a relationship with a human being. And yet, it turns out that she could be betrayed, quote unquote, that she could be betrayed to him, quote unquote, anyway. So then, that means that it did not resolve the underlying fear, having that relationship. So in other words, that element of the relationship still found its way into the seemingly sterilized, protective.
What do you mean?
So the human being is
And
Depends how it is.
the system in the movie Her actually gave him a lesson
With some or no self, I
that
still have to
even
be
AI
able
can
to
trade,
going outside.
even
It's hot.
AI can be
Kidding me?
unfaithful to you. And I would argue that the next AI
Hey, thank you
will
for
be
the
one
phone.
to
Wait,
actually
I know that it's on
because
YouTube
the
Live, but
possibility of control
is
is
this a
there,
lot?
the possibility of death is there, the
These
possibility
things
of
sound
knowing is
familiar.
there, because we need that
Are you gonna spam with me some Discord?
or
Yeah, I told you it's
I
ready,
get out of
right?
his house, go to a local bar, and strike a conversation with him.
Did you just give me a gang sign?
Or you might say, my dad.
No. I did not.
and so we never test to know the difference.
And of
One
course,
or the other.
and that was
Is this
predicted
the
by
first
other great
time
movies.
YouTube Live Rabbit?
So there's
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner.
How interesting the art is.
Not Rabbit. I just called you Rabbit. Sorry.
So wonderful.
I
My doing the whole thing with electric sheep. That guy was a genius,
Somehow that artists have their eyes.
How is it anticipate? Is it also large language model?
Even larger ones. I hesitate to discuss the magic in large language models. A lot of the work I've done is in robotics, and the robotics community generally doesn't notice the magic of feeling. And I've been working a lot with quadrupeds recently, legged robots with 4 legs, and the feelings I feel when I see, I'm programming the thing, or when the thing is excited to see me, or shows me physical movement, is excited to see me, I cannot dismiss the feeling I feel, and not somehow fundamental to what it means to program robots. And I don't want to dismiss that. The robotics community often doesn't gender robots. They really try to work hard to not anthropomorphize the robots, which is good for technical development of how to do control, how to do perception. But when the final thing is alive and moving, and it does whatever, like I've been doing a lot of blood whistling, if the movie goes by, they keep turning around and look up and excited. It's not just, I know how to program, the feeling I feel, that's, I don't know what that is.
I hear you when you speak about it. You speak with passion. And that's, to me, that is good. But it is magical, you see. So I would say don't dismiss that, don't discard that. On the contrary, I think magic is everywhere. So I used to be, okay, kind of confession.
Yeah, you already get confessed to quite a few.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried.
Recovering. Many.
But in old days, I was more on the side of everything is computational, or everything can be explained by science and whatever, I would dismiss and disregard, the beautiful and imaginative. So then I had a flip. But suddenly I started feeling it, and seeing it, and so on. So then the pendulum swung in that direction. Then I was arguing that, somehow that was real. The imagination was, the intuitive imaginative was real. And discounting what you just described. And I would argue, saying, no, this is not real, this is all, imitation games. But you see that what's new now, the new approach, okay, is the 2.0, 3.0, is the one who is seeking balance, who's not, because suddenly become aware that no matter which one-sided, left-sided point of view you take, you're limiting yourself. So whereas even a couple of years ago, if you just told me what you just described, I would be like, being polite, I wouldn't contradict you, since you're the host anyway, right?
It's not a lot.
So, but I would be like, but I wouldn't say. But suddenly I find this moving. I find it moving, and honestly, I'm not being facetious. I find it moving, and I almost feel like I can see it through your eyes. It's the way you describe so vividly, and you're passionate about it. This is what's real. So ultimately, love is neither in large language models nor in something mystical. It's exactly in this moment of passion. And I would even go as far as saying that in this moment when you're describing it, there was a connection, so that I could feel your passion for it. And in this moment, something else comes up, which is far beyond any theories that we can. And that's what we thought. Exactly. So on one side, there's this impulse of finding the theory, and then there is another impulse to escape from what has already been known. So in other words, like in my basic example, is one impulse to say everything is able now, but square root of negative 1 doesn't exist. But another impulse is I'm going to be this naughty child who is not afraid to be an idiot, and I will say square root of negative 15 is real. And both are essential when it's done with conviction, when it's done with passion, when it's not like gratuitous, or when it's not. It doesn't come from self-liberty, but comes from this sense of this is how I am, this is how I feel, it is real. That's where that's where creativity is, and that's where, you say, a real connection is. Because the strife, to me, that we observe today in our society, and the society level, and the level of humans and so on, it comes from not seeing the other person, being caught up in a very specific conceptual bubble, you see. And the way out of it is not to be find the bubble, but just to break out of it.
A good guide out of the bubble is like a child of like passion. Discovering that and following
Goosebumps.
Yeah, following the goosebumps. To not the rigor of science, but the magic of goosebumps.
And then, if you're interested, try to find a confirmation of those goosebumps in science or whatever you find interesting.
And most of the time you fail.
And most of the time you fail, which we also love, because then it sets us up for that moment of bliss when we succeed, right?
Exactly.
There was a violation. Well, what happened? I got hacked. My Amazon account got hacked. Oh, who cares? I'm just kidding. So how'd that happen? They
through, and then I looked at it, and it's like all of a sudden somebody ordered like a box of pens, and Jen made a T-shirt. I go, "You ordered a box of pens?"
Let me ask
you would see anyways because we're not on the same account. So then
therapy, for advice, for wisdom in returning to Eric Weinstein and maybe give some guidance and understanding his view on his attempt at theory of everything. They call geometric unity, that he told me that you may have some inkling of an understanding of. If you were to describe this theory to aliens that visited Earth, how would you do it? Or you could try it if it was just me visiting Earth. How would you describe your misunderstanding?
He shared with me some of it when I was in New York at Columbia like 11 years ago. We actually spent a lot of time working, and I found it beautiful. It has a really original idea at the core, where you have this, instead of 4-dimensional, instead of 10-dimensional, it has 14-dimensional space. And I thought that it was really original, and this is exactly goes to the point I made earlier, that we need new ideas. I feel that without some fundamental new idea, we won't be able to get closer to understanding our universe. Now, I have a problem with the whole idea of theory of everything. You know, I don't believe that one exists, nor that we should aim to construct it. And I think it's really not to offend anybody, but it's ultimately a fault of education system of physicists. Like in mathematics, we're not brought up, we're not educated as mathematicians with the idea that one day we'll come up with a theory of everything. Even though, as a joke, I said that Langland's program is mathematical theory of everything. But I made it as a kind of tongue-in-cheek.
But isn't it a little bit kind of that?
It's not really, because first of all, it doesn't cover all fields, and it covers specific knowledge.
But isn't it spiritually striving towards the same platonic form of the theory of everything? Like
Connecting, but connecting doesn't mean that you have everything. Right? So you could connect two things, and then you have infinitely many other things which are outside of the purview of this connection. That's how it is in mathematics, I feel. And I would venture to say that most mathematicians look at it this way. There's no idea that somehow, I think it's actually impossible, because we're not talking about such a thing as like one universe. We're talking about all possible universes, all possible dimensions and so on, but it's just not feasible to have like unify everything in one equation. Now, physicists, on the other hand, have been brought up, educated for decades with this idea. And to me, and I am not sure to say that, but I feel like it's like a kind of the ultimate ego trip. So that I have come up with the unified. I have found the theory of everything. It's me, and my name will be on it. I think a lot of physicists get educated this way, especially men, take it seriously. And I've seen that happen, and I think it is counterproductive. I think that a lot of people agree that this debate is kind of, I feel like it's kind of settled. I think I hear it less and less. But I disagree with the whole premise.
So you, it's interesting because both are interesting points you made, which is you don't think a theory of everything exists, and you don't think the pursuit of a theory of everything is good. So I think you spoke to the second thing, which is basically that the pursuit of a theory of everything becomes like a drug to the human ego.
Okay, so it's a huge motivating factor. I don't deny that. But I feel that there are better ways to motivate people than like that, than this way. Okay? So I would say, for instance, if one, because then it's not a game of winner takes all. And in fairness, when physicists say theory of everything, grand unified theory, they mean something very specific, which is unifying the standard model and Einstein's relativity theory, which is the theory of gravity. So they don't necessarily, a lot of physicists might say say these words, but they don't really mean them. I think it's important to realize that in my opinion, that's not productive and it's not feasible. So, having said that, there are some theories are better than others. So, for instance, Eric's theory has, as far as I understand, does have a certain way of reducing some of the elementary particles that we see, and as well as the force of gravity. So, it does have that promise. I feel that, at least from the place where I had seen it about 10 years ago, it still requires a lot of work to get to the point of actually saying that it doesn't work. Because there are a lot of elements. It's a huge enterprise to have a theory because you have just to describe fields, so the building blocks of the theory. It's already tremendous undertaking, and he's trying to do it for cross spaces in great generality, which is what makes it so unique and so beautiful. But then, on top of that, there is this issue of quantization, of actually describing them as quantum field theory. And the quantum field theory, even as a language, as a framework, is currently incomplete in my opinion. And not only my opinion, it's like everybody's. Everybody agrees on that. That it's a collection of tricks. It's a collection of tools. It's a toolbox, but it is not a consistent rigorous theory like number theory in mathematics. Physicists have still been able to derive predictions from it by confirm them with great accuracy, but the underpinnings it doesn't have the real clear foundation from mathematical perspective. So in that sense, even if in that framework a new theory could lead to an explanation of some new explanation of some phenomenon, it would still be incomplete in a sense because it wouldn't be mathematically consistent. Because the whole framework is not yet on firm foundation.
So it's not consistent. Why is it that the universe should have? So that's to your first point. Do you think the universe has a beautiful, clean? When you show up and meet God and there's one equation on the board, and the two of you just chuckle, do you think such equations exist?
Yeah, there are such equations. I would say I have an interesting particular question. Right? So, in the language program, so moving away from physics, so let's talk about math. So, in the context of the language program, I have recently developed with my co-authors a kind of a new strand, a new flavor of the language program. But so far, it's a vision. It's a set of conjectures, which we have proved in some cases, but not in full. So yes, I would like to use your framework, for me the creator, and ask her, what is the explanation of this? And it may well be that she will answer in a way that I will just burst out laughing and say, how would we not see it? You see? So that I totally see. But I don't see one equation governing one equation governing them all.
Not one equation governing them all, but it does seem that such equations exist. Where she were telling you something and you look back and say, how can I not see it? It seems like the truth at the end of the day is simple. That we're seeking, especially to mathematics. It seems somehow simple. The nature reality, the thing that governs it seems to be simple. I wonder why that is. And I also wonder if it's not totally incorrect. And we're just creating this. And then mixing into the whole conversation about how much the observer that creates simplicity is part of the answer. It's a whole big giant mess.
Or a whole big beautiful thing. Or something.
With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
Free iHeart app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now.
Can't be too sad. It's locked in. I mean, shit, I hope so.
Commercial-free all summer. It gives you that toes on the sand, beach music vibe 24/7.
he's gonna scan to get to the next step, and then boom, get the subs.
Do you think the universe has
Hey,
beautiful,
California,
clean,
did you know you can have fun?
when you show up and meet God and there's one equation on the board?
I offered Mondo a limo. I mean, that would be hilarious if we rolled into a limo. I think that's true.
There are such equations, yes, but I would say I have
Walked into a buffet. I mean, yo, he just
a
ate.
practical question, right? So, in the language program set, so moving away from physics, so let's talk about math. So, in the context of learning, I have recently developed with my course, kind of a new strand of flaking up on the language program.
They created a Geppetto Dreams Puppet Company on Yelp to throw people off.
Which was approved in some cases, but not in cases.
I mean, that's something that I would do.
You use your framework, you need to create it. And ask, what is the explanation of this? And it's not
got the fucking Chipotle going that Jesus, dude. It's like, once you lick the plate cream, you're good, bro. You don't gotta eat the ice, too.
What was the equation governing them?
Not the equations govern them all, but it does seem that such equations exist, where she will tell you something and you look back and say, how did
The
that
cup
happen?
is next? No.
It seems like the
Nah,
fiction
dude. That would be
is
crazy.
that we're seeking, especially for mathematics. It seems
Oh, we haven't
like
said a word.
the nature reality, the thing that governs it. I wonder why that is. And I also wonder if it's not totally incorrect and we're just craving it. And then mixing into the whole conversation about how much the observer that craves simplicity is part of the answer.
I
It's a
said,
whole big
shut
job.
Or a whole big beautiful thing.
I want to see Kimberly in the taxi stand. She said she was going to. I want to see it in action.
Come on, man.
It's your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Turn them off.
iHeartRadio brings you New to View.
Yeah, because G-Tan flipped their video earlier. And they had all their phones broke, so she said she vowed to get revenge on him. So I want to see that happen.
What do you, is your most beautiful idea in mathematics?
Bro, Danny, turn off the emotes, bro.
Another one we could ask is, which is the most beautiful?
You can't see a goddamn fucking thing.
Well, and then,
I may have just broken your
I mean, yeah, it's pretty fucking ass.
because
And since I can't see your
walking
screen,
down
this
a
is
long memory lane of beautiful experiences.
well, you see, in mathematics, we have this idea that we have an idea of a set, right? So the collection of things. For instance, you have a set of tables, a set of chairs, and so on, one set of microphones. But could be a set of numbers. Could be a set of ideas. Could be a set of formulas, mathematical equations. And then we have the notion of an ordered set, or order, like the set in which there is order, which means that for every two members of the set, so you say which one is better than the other, greater than the other. For instance, all numbers are ordered. 5 is greater than 3, 5 is less than 7, and so on.
And that's New to View on iHeartRadio. Happy binging.
But not all sets are ordered. So the set of beautiful theorems is not ordered. Beautiful versions are not ordered. So in other words, there are many equations. And so, Richard Feynman chose one, which I think one of the best, is that you take e, the basic natural logarithm, to the power pi I. So you have e in it, the basic natural logarithm. You have pi I, which is equivalent of -1. Then the result is -1. So that's up there, for sure. In the back, beautiful formulas, that I think pretty much you have the imagination. I don't know what my favorite film is.
I just wondering on that one, or this identity. What makes it beautiful is the two symbols together. I think part of it is actually just trying to define what is beautiful about mathematics. That is laid in there in this particular equation and somehow revealable when the human eye looks at it. Well, why is it beautiful?
It's an element of surprise. How is it possible? We always think of pi as the ratio between the circumference of the circle and its diameter. Here, we are taking some number to the power of pi, not even pi, mind you, but pi multiplied by square root of -1. Surely this is something completely incomprehensible, and yet the result is -1. You see? And if you take e to the power 2 pi I, you get that. So I would guess that's, but in other words, the initial reaction is just that it was a surprise. I guess for anyone who first
That these four folks got together. It reminds me of the idea that Hitler, Stalin, Trotsky, and Freud were all in Vienna in some early at the beginning of the 20th.
and this is time with the classmates of people.
I think that's what it's like. So there, it makes you, you can imagine a situation where we're all sitting in a bar together at some point, not knowing it, but it all made sense. Space-time, be located there. That's what this feels like, some kind of intersection.
But I would say that after the initial shock, you look at the proof of this, and it actually does make sense. And actually, it's nothing but a statement that the circumference of the circle. And in fact, in this case, the circumference of the semicircle is equal to pi. And that's where it comes from.
In the end, the truth is simple.
In the end, it's simple. Not necessarily easy. That's the
It's like 8 cents less than real saving on there. I guess large or medium and broad, the sales pitch over at Trader Joe's wherever it was, or buyer who, that's the they always use to say. We had
As a scientist, I'm also trained to give more credibility to objective arguments. That, the things that can be reproduced, things that I can demonstrate, that I can show. As I get older,
There we go.
as I get more mature, I'm starting to question why I am not giving as much understanding the kind of the first person perspective. When actually modern science has already solved that. Quantum mechanics has shown unambiguously that the observer is always involved in the observation. Likewise, Gödel's incompleteness theorem to me shows how essential is the observer of the mathematical theory. For one thing, that's the one who chooses the axiom. We can talk about this in more detail. Likewise, Einstein's relativity, where time is relative to it.
That's brilliant. You're just describing all these different scales.
So science of 19th century had this perspective, and then it was not anybody as a delusion that somehow you could analyze the world being completely detached from it. We now know, after the landmark achievements of the first half of the 20th century, that this is nonsense. That is simply not true. And this has been experimentally proved time and time again. So to me, I'm thinking maybe it's a hint that I should take my first-person perspective seriously as well, and not just rely on kind of objective things that can be proved in a traditional sort of objective way, by setting up an experiment that can be repeated. Maybe I fall in love in a particular, the deepest love of my life, perhaps,
after suffering a long stroke in order this week. Martin's getting
Perhaps hasn't happened yet. Perhaps I will fall in love, and but it's unique. It's
checked in with us yesterday.
unique event. You can't introduce it necessarily. You see. So in that sense, you see how these things are closely connected. I think that if we are declaring from the outset that all there is to life is, computation in the form of neural networks or something like this. However sophisticated they might be, I think we are from the outset denying ourselves the possibility that yes, there is a side of me which is not faking it. Yes, there is a side of me which cannot be captured by logic and reason. And you know what another great scientist said, Blaise Pascal? He said, the heart has its reason, of which the reason knows nothing. And then he also said, the last step of reason is to grasp that there are infinitely many things beyond it. So interesting. This was not a theologian. This was not a priest. This was not a spiritual guru. It was a hardcore scientist who actually developed, I think, one of the very first calculators. How interesting that this guy also was able to impart on us that wisdom. Now, you can always say that's not the case. But why should we, from the outset, exclude the possibility that there is something to look? That is my question. I'm not taking side. What I'm trying to do is to shake a little bit the debate, because most mathematicians that I know and computer scientists, they kind of already solved it. We're just, reminds me of the famous Lord Kelvin's quote from the end of the 19th century. There's some debate whether he actually said that, but nevertheless, it was story. Physics is basically finished. All that remains is more precise measurement. So I find a lot of my colleagues are happy to say, everything's finished. We got it. Maybe we'll switch in our language model, So now, here's my question. I'm kind of playing devil's advocate because I don't see the other side presented that much. And I'm saying, okay, could it be also that if you believe in that becomes reality? That you can kind of put yourself in a box where everything is completion, and then you start seeing things and confirmation bias, if you will, This also reminds me, I think it was an analogy with a friend of mine, Philip Rothschild, told me that in France there is this literary movement which is called ULIPO. OULIPO. And it's a bunch of writers and mathematicians who create works of literature in which they basically impose certain concepts. A good example of this is a novel which is called The Void or Disappearance, a writer named George Guinness, which is a 300-page novel in French, which never uses the letter E, which is the most widely used letter in the French language. So, in other words, he set this parameter for himself. I'm going to write a book where I don't use this letter, which is a great, it's a great experiment, and I applaud it. But it's one thing to do that and to kind of show his gamesmanship, if you will, and his proclivity and his ability as a writer. And it's another thing if at the end of writing this book, finish the book, he would say letter E actually doesn't exist. And try to convince us that in fact French language does not have that word, simply because he was able to go so far without using it. So self-imposed meditation, that's how I see it. And I wonder why we should do that. Do we really feel the urge to say the world is like that? The world can be explained this way or that way. And I'm saying it, it's a personal question for me, because I am addicted to my work. I am and I'm a knowledge addict. Okay? I'm being serious. I'm not being facetious. Up until very recently, maybe a couple of years ago, I simply did not feel comfortable if I could not say the given answer, explanation. I said, oh, there has to be something. And I tried to find it in just for somebody like me, or less Iranian, and that's kind of typical for a scientist or mathematician. It's incredibly hard. Just allow the possibility that it's a mistake, and not to feel the urge to get the mistake. It's incredibly hard. That's possible, and it is liberating. It's recovering. Let me say, what is doing? For instance, I understand the value of paradox. I appreciate paradoxes. And to use another philosopher, Soren Kierkegaard, another Danish philosopher, I think the result paradox is like a lava. Right? So, and Niels Bohr said, similarly, the great Danish also, something about dates. I think it all starts with family. He said, the opposite of the simple truth is a false truth. But the opposite of a great truth is another great truth. In other words, things are not black and white. They're not. And I would even venture to say the most interesting things in life are like that. They're the ones which are ambiguous. Is an electron a particle or a wave? It depends how you set up it. It will reveal itself as this or that, depending on how you set up an experiment. This bottle, if you project it down onto the table, you will see more or less a square. If you project it onto a wall, you will see a different shape. A naive question would be, is it this or that? You can understand. Neither. But both projections reveal something, reveal different sides of it. A paradox is like that. It's only paradoxical if we are confined in a particular vision. If we are wedded to it. It's a harbinger, if you will, of a possibility of seeing things in a more, as they are, more sophisticated in this case.
Such a difficult idea at the start to grasp with, I mean, with this part of they may be the subjective experience of their
but know that our best physical theories tell us that unambiguous in quantum mechanics, actually, Heisenberg, I think, captured the best. He said what we observe is not reality itself, but reality subjected to our method of questioning. When I talk about electrons, so there's a very specific way in which this is realized. There is a so-called double slit experiment, right? So, for those who don't know, you have a screen and you have an emitter in which you can shoot electrons, and in between you put another screen which has two vertical slits parallel to each other. If we were shooting, anything, each ball would go through one slit or another, and then hit the screen behind this or that slit. So you would have, let's say, they're colors. So there will be sort of bumps or spots of paint behind this or that. But that's not what happens when we shoot electrons. We see an interference pattern, as if we were actually sending a wave. So that each electron, it seems like that each electron goes through both slits at once, and then has the audacity to interfere with itself. Where at some point, two crests will identify, and at some point the crest and the trough will cancel each other. Yeah. So that suggests, okay, so the electron is away, not so fast, because if you put a detector behind one of the slits, you say, I'm going to capture you. I'm going to find out which slit you went through. The pattern will change, and it will look very concrete realization of the idea that depending on how we set up an experiment, we will see different results. And the problem is that our psyche, I feel, kind of lagging behind. In part because maybe our scientists are not doing such a great job, so I take responsibility for this. Why haven't I explained this properly? I tried, a bunch of talks and so on. So now we're talking about this again. Our psyche kind of lagging behind. We're still, even though our scientists progress so much from the certainty and determinism and all of that of the 19th century, our psyche is somehow still attached to this idea. This is causality, this is determinism. The world is a bunch of billion holes in each other, driven by some blind force. That's not at all like it is. And we've known this for about 100 years.
You call this self-limitation.
It is a self-limitation when we understand that, for instance, this naive ideas of 19th century physics are still valid. How it is. And then start applying them to our lives, and then also have conclusions from it. And for instance, people say, there is no physics. Why? Well, because the world is just a bunch of billiard balls. So where is the free will? But excuse me, did you have the memo? This has been debunked thoroughly by the so-called quantum mechanics, which is our best scientific theory. This is not some kind of bullshit or some kind of, concoction of a madman. This is our scientific theory, which has been confirmed by experiments. So we should pay attention to that. So, but of course, it's not just self-imposed limitation. Unfortunately, in this case, there's a big issue of education. So a lot of people are not aware of it through no fault of their own, because they will never properly thought that. Because our system is broken, education system is broken, it's present math. And then so where do we get information? We get information from our scientists who actually write other books and so on, which is a great, great thing. A lot of scientists somehow, when it comes to framing the world of physics, they're doing a fantastic job. Talking about phenomena, things like that. But then, interviewed by a magazine about free will and so on, they revert back to 19th century physics as if those developments actually never happened. So to me, this is the single most important sort of issue in our talking. The idea that somehow there's this world out there that is complete has nothing to do with me. So I can revel in the intricacies of this particles and their interaction, but completely ignore what implications this has for my own relationship to physical reality, to my own life, because it's kind of scary.
But also, what are the tools with which we can talk about the observer, subjective view of reality? What are the tools in which we can talk about, rigorously talk about free will and consciousness? What are the tools of mathematics that allow that? How did we have them?
Because we haven't been taught. So actually tools that we have. I think, well, here we have to say, my conviction is that everybody knows. In the heart of hearts, everybody knows that there is something inappropriate, there is something mysterious. And in fact, somehow, immediately I feel the impulse to call somebody on this, because as if my own opinion doesn't tell me.
There's a long-head expert.
Even Einstein said that, so like, how? See, look at me. I am supposed to be like this smart, intelligent person. I am afraid to say it, to own it myself. I have to find confirmation. I have to find an authority who agrees with me. And in fact, it's not so difficult to find, because Albert Einstein literally said the most important thing in life is the mysterious. Okay, he actually said that. There are some quotes which are attributed to him, which he never said, but this he did. I investigated, okay? So, But more importantly, how do you feel about it? I think that everybody knows. But, in other words, he also said like, imagination is more important than knowledge. Okay. And for knowledge is always limited. Whereas imagination embraces the entire world of giving birth to evolution. It is, strictly speaking, a real factor and inclusive. He says, I am enough of an artist to follow my intuition. That's Albert Einstein, again. So, and I feel the same way, to be honest. If I think about my own mathematical history, it's never linear. It's never like, give me more data, give me more data. Because the data, no, the class is full, and then I come up with a discovery. No, it's always felt as a jump, as a leap. And I have actually been studying various examples in history of mathematics. For some fundamental discoveries, like discovery complex numbers, like square root of -1. I wonder if a large language model could actually ever come up with the idea that square root of -1 is something that is essential or meaningful. Because if all the information that you get, all the knowledge that has been accumulated up to that point, it tells you that you cannot have a square root of a negative number. Why? Because if you had such a square root, you know that you have to square it, you get a negative number. But we know that if you square any real number, positive or negative, you will always get a positive number. So, checkmate. It's over. Square root of -1 doesn't exist. Yeah, you know that these numbers make sense. They become complex numbers. And in fact, quantum mechanics, based on complex numbers, they are essential and indispensable for quantum mechanics. Could one discover that? So to me, that sounds like it's a departure. It's like a child who's experimenting. It's like a child who says, I'm not afraid. You believe it. Everybody says, the adults that say, square root of negative number doesn't exist. But guess what? I'm going to accept it. And I'm going to play with it. And I'm going to see what happens. This is literally how they were discovered. There was an Italian mathematician, astrologer. He made money apparently by compiling astrological sort of readings for the elite, of his era. This is 16th century, isn't it? I can't work. All around interesting guy. I'm sure we will have an interesting conversation with him. Girolamo Cardano. He also invented what's called Cardan shaft, which is an essential component. Cardano rival, we say that. So he wrote a book which is called Ars Magna, which is a great part of algebra. And he was writing solutions for the cubic and cortical equation. This is something that is familiar because in school we study solutions of quadratic equations. Equations of degree 2. So yes, ax squared plus bx plus c equals 0. And there's a formula which solves it using radicals, using square roots. And Cardano was trying to find a similar formula for the cubic and quadratic equation, which would start with x cubed or x to the power 4 as opposed to x squared. And in the process of solving this equation, he came up with the square root of a negative number, specifically square root of -17. And he wrote that I have to forego some mental torture to deal with it, but I am going to accept it and see what happens. And in fact, at the end of the calculation, this weird numbers got cancelled. They can cancel out. And the formula appeared square root of -17 and its negation. So they kind of conveniently gave the right answer, which is not involved in this number. So he was like, okay, what does it mean, mental torture? So you see, from the point of view of the thinking mind, it is something almost unbearable. It's almost, I feel, like a large language, a computer large language trying to do that would just explode. And yet a human mathematician was able to find the courage and inspiration to say, you know what? What's it wrong? Why are we so these things don't exist. That's just our past knowledge based on what our past knowledge is, and knowledge is limited. What if we make the next step? Today, for us mathematicians, complex numbers are not at all mysterious. The idea is simply that before the real numbers, that is to say, all numbers like 0, 1, and so on, 2, and so forth, no fractions like 1/2 or 3/2 or 4/3, but then also numbers like square root of 2 or pi, we plug them as points on the real line. So this is one of the perennial concepts even in our very poor math curriculum at school. But now imagine that instead of one line, you have one axis, you have a second axis. And so numbers now have two coordinates, x and y. And you associate to this point, this point x and y, the number x, which is a real number, plus y times coordinate x is 1. This is a graphical, geometrical representation of complex numbers, which is not mysterious at all. Now, it took another 200 or 300 years for mathematicians to figure that out. But initially, it looked like a completely crazy idea. You know?
So all it is on Pachamama is just an expansion.
The real part and the imaginary part.
It's just an expansion of your view of the mathematical world.
The fact that you can actually add them up by adding together the real parts of the mathematics, that's easy. And there is also a formula for the product, for the multiplication, which uses the fact that square root of minus 1 squared is minus 1. And the amazing thing is that that product, that multiplication, satisfies the same rules, the same properties that are usual operation of multiplication for real numbers. For instance, there is a rule for non-zero number, which you can find. Like, number 5 has an inverse 1 over 5. But 1 plus I also has an inverse.
That was always there in the mathematical universe, but we humans didn't know it. And here comes along this guy who engages in mental torture, who takes a leap off the cliff of comfort, of like mathematical comfort.
Established knowledge. Right. And now, obviously, for each sort of fruitful leap like that, there were thousands of like things which we went nowhere. I'm not saying that every leap, it's like it's an opportunity game. Because, for example, you could try to do the same with three-dimensional space. So you have all these x, y, and z, and you could say, if there's one-dimensional, we have a modified linear system or real marker. If it's two-dimensional, which is like, geometrically, it's just like this tabletop extended to infinity in all directions. These are complex numbers, and we can define addition and multiplication, and they will satisfy the same properties as real numbers that we're used to. What about three-dimensional space? Is it possible to also define some operation of addition and multiplication on it, so that these operations will satisfy the properties that we're used to? And the answer is no. You can define addition, but you can't define multiplication, for which there will be the inverse. So there is something special about the plane, the two-dimensional plane. And by the way, next question would be about four-dimensional. In the four-dimensional space, you can, and you get what's called quaternions, discovered by an Irish mathematician, Hamilton, in the 19th century. And then in the eight-dimensional, there is some thing similar called octonions, and that's about it. So how interesting. These structures exist in dimension 1, 8, 4, and 8. Which are all powers of 2. To square this 4, 2 to the third power is 8. That's one of the bigger mysteries in mathematics. Why is this so? So that's a hint of what's missing in our high school curriculum. the kind of fascinating mysteries, yeah.
The appreciation of it.
So in other words, yes, we resolved this one mystery, that we understood that square root of negative 1 is real, is meaningful, and we build a theory to service those numbers, to describe those numbers. Did we define the theory of everything? No, because we then invited other mysteries. Because we push the we pull the veil, we push the frontier, and then new things come get illuminated if you couldn't see before. That's how I see the process of discovering mathematics. It's an endless, limitless pursuit.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I love that Panda Express. My mind loves it, and my mouth loves it. The rest of my body has turned on it. I don't like it at all. But my mind and my mouth love it. My digestion, as soon as it hits the throat and goes down, every other part of my body says, no way, we're not doing this anymore. But I love it. I enjoy it.
Let me return to our friend Eric Weinstein for a question that I would ask anyway, but let's have a non-Russian ask the Russian question. Ask him about the Russian concepts of friendship, science, gender, and love versus the American. You can, so there is a deep romanticism that you have that runs through both. Is part of that something you've picked up from the Russian culture? What can you speak to that fueled both your fascination with math and your fascination, your prioritization of the human experience of love?
Good question. Definitely there is some influence of the Russian culture, Russian literature. But also, like there's so many things. How do we develop some sensibilities? Like, why do we care about this and not that? Like, why do I care, for instance, about, like you said, about this romantic ideals? That's certainly not something that is automatic. Some people care about it, some people don't. And I'm not saying it's superior or inferior. It's just how my composition, my psychological composition is like that. And it's an interesting question, like what is the cause of it? So I think that we cannot really know, but there are some aspects of it. The experiences, life experiences, upbringing, family. Like I was surrounded by love by my parents on the one hand, but on the other side, perhaps they were a little overprotective. So I was kind of like, too much, kind of like couldn't take into it. So then when I developed certain sensitivity, but it was kind of not ready for the challenges, the real world. So then that's struggle, and then being lost, and then being able to overcome and to learn. And then if you don't lose, you don't appreciate it. Sometimes when we lose something and then we gain it and we cherish it, we appreciate it, and then it becomes something important. Also, there is difficulties, the upsetting experiences, or I would say traumatic experiences. Growing up in the Soviet Union, that was not a walk in the park. There were a lot of issues there that I had to go through, and then it doesn't break you, it makes you stronger. But in my case, what happened was that, for some of it took me 30 years to really come and to really understand what happened. It gave me this motivation to strive to become a mathematician, which maybe I would impart once it charged me, supercharged me. I'm talking about first life experience, So, this is 1984. We spoke about World War earlier. And I was applying to Moscow University, mathematics department, called Mehmat.
Which is like, for people who don't know, like the place.
Well, the only place to study pure mathematics in Moscow, period.
But also
It's
to be one of the great places on earth.
And it's like a huge building, this monolith of a building in Moscow University. So, because, as I said, a year earlier, Evgeny converted me into math, capitalizing on my love for physics. And so I spent a whole year studying it, and I was really kind of in some subjects a level of graduate studies. So it seemed like it would be a breeze to get into it. But in fact, little did I know that there was a policy of anti-Semitism where students like me would be failed by special examiners, mostly during the oral exam in mathematics, but occasionally written tests and stuff. Now, my father is Jewish by blood. He was not religious. His family was not religious. My mom is Russian. But since my last name was my father's name, so it was very easy to read what my nationality was. And so there was there were special people who would screen out applicants who would put aside files of the undesirable. They were special examiners who were actually professors at this university who would be designated as those who would take the exams for those undesirable. It's almost comical when you look back now. And also like questions of why. There was no reason other than just hatred of the other. Oh, I see it.
And just to give a little bit more color, so because you mentioned nationality, a little quirk that perhaps gives an insight to the bigger system. That the nationality listed on your birth certificate when you're Jewish is Jewish, and when you're non-Jewish is listed as Russian.
For me, it was Russian. So first of all, in the inner part, everybody has an internal part. And there you have first name, the name, last name, date of birth to be support. The fifth column is nationality, which comes from the nationality of the parents and so on. In my case, it was in Russian because my mom was Russian. But it didn't save me. Because that was my dad's last name. And so anyway, this was a toughest experience that I had up until that point. And there was these two people who came into the room where I was the only undesirable. All other kids were being questioned by other examiners, but they told me that we cannot question you. We are waiting for special examiners. So I was like, something's afoot. And so these two guys came, and it's for 4 hours, basically, asking me questions which were not in the program and so on. But I was 16 years old. I tried to answer the best I can, but it was a setup. It's been documented since then. There are even lists of programs that were given to undesirables. In my year, no Jewish applicants had any. Jewish identity were accepted. So then I had to go to this. There was one school, technical school, which was the Institute for Oil and Gas Exploration, which had applied mathematics. And that's where me and many of the kids who were not accepted to license ended up. And so, but the point is, and then I was so motivated by this because show those guys, within 5 years, less than 5 years, I got a letter from the president of Harvard University.
I know.
Inviting me as a visiting professor to Harvard. That's 21, because I already did science research in the meantime. That's how motivated I was. So, but the interesting aspect of it is that for the longest time afterwards, I was telling myself a story. Nothing really wasn't but I knew that I was going to succeed. It was 30 years later that I finally got to meet that boy, that 16-year-old, that I neglected this time. And I realized that he died, that it was crushing. Not just instance, because there was no way. It looked like there was no way I would come out. Because if you don't accept me, it's over. I didn't know that I could actually find this thriving applied math program, and then eventually somebody would take me under his wing and so on, and then could move to the United States. That's what we're not in the realm of possibilities. So there was nothing to look forward to. It was clear that I cannot do what I love. And so when I finally connected to that boy, I was putting all the things, all the fun, and the joy, and connection. I wasn't sure what happened was I was invited to give a talk about this. I was kind of a spoken word about science, but my personal experience is related to science. This was almost a year after my book came out. In my book, one of the first chapters is a chapter about this experience. But what I realize now is that I wrote it from the third perspective. I knew facts, but I was not emotionally connected to them. However, since I wanted to write the book and to connect to my readers, I allowed the boy to write it. So a lot of people were touched by it. And people would say, wow, that chapter, it really got a lot of resonance. It was translated into other language even before the book was published. I was surprised by it, because I didn't know yet. The adult Edward was not yet in place. But the book gave the outlet to the child. So, and that kind of started the process. So finally, so almost a year later, I'm in New York, and I did the bed. And the night before, I'm in my hotel, and I was like, okay, what am I going to talk about tomorrow? And I take a piece of paper, just my usual preparation, the things. And then suddenly I have this vision that I will walk out with the microphone tomorrow, and I will just start crying. And like, by that time, I already had an insight that it's possible to have that kind of splitting, kind of dissociation. I was like, things were happening quickly. There was someone in my life who explained to me this idea. Some things are under the radar, but they may still influence me. And a lot of that could be connected to some experiences in your childhood. So I was kind of ready for it, from different angles. I was so surprised because I was like, I just got to remember, I know. So my inner voice says, it's right then, you have nothing to worry about. Well, tomorrow, you will speak about it, and if you start crying, it's not a problem. And I was like, no, I don't want to cry in front of people. I want to find out what it is, what happened. And I said, oh my God, close my eyes. Anything. So, it's hard to describe, so this is what. And the sheer energy of it, and how much effort it took to suppress it, how much effort it took to build that, I won't say restaurant, you know, that hardcore, around myself. So that, and the thing, later I realized the one moment when it could come out, and for instance, I developed this fear of public speaking, all kinds of little things that I now feel. So anyway, I saw what happened now through the eyes of that child. I saw how difficult it was, how crushed he was. And it looked completely hopeless. And I felt like, what's the point of living now for years? Now that I know how cruel this world is, which I didn't realize before because I prefer to wear this pink, the rose-colored glasses. But then something happened. It's so strange. It's like you feel that inside of you there is this dead child. And it is incredibly sad. It's like, I can't even describe it. But suddenly he comes alive. And suddenly it's like, oh, he's here. And I had a little talk with him, and I said, look, I know, thank you. I'm so sorry that I neglected you for so long. I didn't know. Thank you for doing this. And it's almost like, I felt like the image came to mind is like a fallen soldier. Like you leave this fallen soldier on the battlefield, but a wounded soldier. And then you come back to take him. And I said, look at all these hot dudes. That's now. It was not in vain.
Look at the boxers.
It was doing okay.
These boxers are now
it's only just like all day.
It's crazy.
All day.
I love that. That's a fine glue.
That's it.
Great glue.
Who I am.
I love it.
So, the next day,
What a
I
great
went
album.
to the microphone and I let him speak for the first
25 years
time
old.
about his experience in his own voice. It was incredible. People were crying and afterwards came up to me and started sharing stories.
Great, right?
Because this is stories universal.
Wow.
It's archetypal
That's what I
story.
call
It's the story of rejection and being treated like that. We all know it. And I think it's so important to realize that it's possible to revisit those moments. It's possible to wake up next one. It's possible to do the back. I'm grateful for it because this changed my life. And that's suddenly
All right, we got a couple songs left, and I gotta get out of here, okay?
that's when I became interested in the dimensions of imagination and intuition. Because suddenly I realized that I was deprived of that possibility as a child, because that child was frozen.
25 years.
We are connected to him.
What's good?
But suddenly he's with me. And he's like,
Anthem.
almost like,
Fun.
If I could ask you about, there's a difficult idea here. There's a tension surrounded with my personal life and in general that I've lived through this experience of unfairness and cruelty in the world as young. And what wisdom do you draw from the action you took of not acknowledging that you were a victim to cruelty, but instead just working your ass off, working harder? And then just close out of that. You did that early on.
I was ready for it. I could have come. You know, there are kids who commit suicide. I could have committed suicide because it's too much. And it's well known afterwards. I became aware of all the literature and about childhood trauma and so on. And I have been speaking publicly about it since then too. And so, you know, it is a well-known issue and a well-known kind of universal phenomenon. I think that, interesting enough, even though now I see a lot of discussion, now that my eyes are open, but somehow before I didn't see it. So, which also shows you how our configuration lies, and like how we screen ourselves, how we turn a blind eye to things we do not confirm our views, or for which we are not yet ready. By the way, nobody should push to do it too soon. I'm glad I developed certain strength. I was confident. I was strong to withstand this. And if I wanted to, I know how it would turn out. So there's a very subtle kind of appearance. I don't think there's a recipe, there's a formula. The reason I'm talking about this is just to share this experience, because I think that the only thing we can do in this circumstance is to share with each other. Because then we can find, for instance, if somebody shared with me, it will actually lead me maybe to get close to understand. It's really just personal stories. It's not. Obviously, there is a component where professionals could be involved, professional therapists and so on. In my case, it somehow happened miraculously. Well, I did have support, but not from professional therapists, but from like dear friends. So I did have. You do need some. I had somebody at the time who basically held my hand through this experience. Yes, it was invaluable and could not be done otherwise. So I think it's very common. And here's the thing. I would not do it in any other way. When I reconnected and I saw the horrors and so on, but I also was able to see that my examiners were victims of their own situation. that they fell for this bogus theories, or maybe it was more of an issue of career advancement or something. And I'll say like they must have suffered as well, because they must have had some conscience about it, acting in this way towards sort of basically kids. So it's not isn't pretty from their point of view. So I could forgive them. And I could like also appreciate what a boost of energy it gave me. If I was accepted and I was a first year student, I would leave the door because I was, I'd be probably partying and drinking and what? Going to become a mathematician. But this focused me like a laser. Without me even thinking about it. It just happened. I couldn't care about anything but doing mathematics. And it paid off. It changed my life. So was it good or bad? I don't know.
Seems like life is full of those.
Criminals fly in just for that show. That's where everybody is with the money and the watches. You don't have to look around West Hollywood for a guy walking his dog with a Rolex. You don't have to look around Beverly Hills or Encino or Sherman Oaks or Studio City. You just go to Vegas. They're all there in the same hotel. They all have high-end watches and they all have a lot of money. And guys get into an Uber with $1 million worth of jewelry.
What was it like working with that dude, who many people say is one of the smartest people in history, or at least mathematical physicists in history?
Yeah, fascinating. I enjoyed it very much. I also felt I have to keep up, and so we wrote this long paper, and I took this and collaborated for about a year. I have known him before, and we talked before, and I've seen him since, and we talked about it. It's very different to just meet somebody at conferences and have conversations, as opposed to actually working on a project together. So he's very serious, very focused. This is one thing which I have to say I was really struck by.
Why is he considered to be such a powerful intellect by many other powerful intellects?
He has had this unique vision of the subject. He was able to connect different things, especially find connections between quantum physics and mathematics. Almost unparalleled. I don't think anyone comes close in some sense in the last 50 years to him in terms of finding just consistently, time after time, breaking ground, new ground. So it was basically one way to describe it is he would take some idea in physics and then find an interpretation of it in mathematics, and then say, distill it, present it in mathematical terms, and tell mathematicians, this should be like that, kind of like 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is minus 1 over 12. And mathematicians be like, no way. And then it would pan out, and mathematicians would then like a whole industry would be created. Groups of mathematicians trying to prove these kind of ideas, and you will always be saying right, So in other words, being able to glean some mathematical truths from physical theories, that's one side. On the other hand, conversely, applying sophisticated mathematics, he is probably the physicist who kind of could learn mathematics the fastest. Some younger physicists maybe could come close, but it's still like another long way to go to get to be comparable to Witten. To take some of the most sophisticated mathematics and learn it to the point where he becomes a practitioner of the subject, and then use it to gain some new insight. Now, of course, the thing is that the theory is that physics, one could say, is in a sort of crisis in some sense because of a current gap between the sophisticated theories which came from applying sophisticated mathematics and the actual universe. So we have theories which describe 10-dimensional worlds, 10-dimensional space-time, coming from string theory, and things like that. But we don't know yet how to apply it to understanding our universe. A lot of progress has been made, but it's kind of at the kind of impasse. And at the same time, our most realistic theories, most advanced theories of the four-dimensional universe are in contradiction with each other. The standard model describing three forces of nature, electromagnetic, strong and weak, to great accuracy. And Einstein's theory describes the fourth, called gravity. Everybody above a certain age knows that one. So these two theories are in contradiction. And string theory was one of the promise of string theory was that it would be defined. And so far it has not happened. So we are kind of at a very interesting place right now. And I think that new ideas perhaps are needed. I would be surprised if you're one of those people who come up with those ideas.
Well, he has been one of the people that added a lot of ideas under the side of string theory.
Industrial retail charging stations, Walters Wholesale Electric, small and large charging installations, and it really takes an expert to put these things in place, and that's exactly what Walters Electric is all about. Walters Wholesale Electric. Dial pound 250 on the cell and say EV charging. Pound 250 on your cell, say EV charging, or visit walterswholesale.com.
I had this terrible dream last night. I got 4 days of graduation, and then I realized I haven't
I mentioned to you offline that I desperately am trying to figure out the optimal and the order set of questions to ask you. I texted Eric Weinstein asking for what questions he can ask you. And he said that you are definitively one of the greatest living mathematicians for young students of. But you did give me a few questions. So he asked to ask you what are the most shockingly passionate, this is in Eric's language, what are the most shockingly passionate mathematical structures, and he gave a list of 4 for him, but he said he really wanted your list. And he said it, shockingly passionate mathematical structures.
Shocking.
Is there something you can, is there something that jumps to mind?
Sure.
For Mike's teens.
I'm here to shock.
Yes, yeah.
So first of all, Eric Weinstein is a very dear friend, I have to say, and I really appreciate it. He's just like my brother. So, you know, it's interesting to have a question put for him.
Maybe if you could linger for a moment, what do you think is special about Eric Weinstein for what you know?
The way he sort of covers so many different disciplines. It's like a Renaissance man. There are very few people like that at any given moment, let alone the 21st century, where information has become so huge that it's almost physically impossible to be able to grab things. And yet, he does, and he has his own unique vision and unique point of view, and he has integrity, which is like almost impossible. Like I can't think of so many people who possess those qualities. Almost no one.
And also the ability, in some sense, to embody the balance we talked about. Both the rigor of mathematics and the imagination.
Humanity also, I would say. You know, like we talk about imagination as a kind of a counterpoint to knowledge of logic. But just basic humanity, you know, just basic, just compassion. Being able to, because every destructive, I would say, every destructive society, you know, like the Germany, you know, and Hitler, Soviet Union, and Stalin, and so on, was based on some kind of unassailable truth. So it's kind of conceptual system, you know. there's a beautiful series by Rabbi Rothschild, where he talks about, he filmed it in Auschwitz, talking about the certain the threat killing people wholesale. There's a certain, there's a mathematical idea. And they just basically bought into this idea and checked out the humanity of the world. So I would say the antidote to this type of thing is not necessarily even imagination in a kind of elevated sense that we have been discussing today, that is exemplified by our greatest scientists and philosophers. But just basic humanity, basic common sense, of just like knowing that it's just like that, and I don't care what my ideology tells me, but I'm just not going to do it. So that I think is kind of missing a little bit in today's society. People are too caught up in ideology, in certain conceptual frameworks.
So societies that lose that basic human compassion, that basic humanity, love, trouble.
I don't know society like a human being.
And because one of the people, I agree with you, keeps that flame.
Like I trust that people know how to do something. It's not true. It's not right. I just feel, like there's some people you just kind of feel that they won't cross the line. And that's a huge thing today. Because I have to say, looking back, definitely, I have not hurt people personally, but like, I could be mean, I could be harsh. And now I see it as a sign of weakness. It's a sign of insecurity. You know, I saw your interview with Rabbi Rothschild the other day. Beautiful, I was really moved by it. But you know, at some point I was like, I looked at him and I said, I got evil. I'm kind of ashamed of it now, but like, you know, I'm kind of clean. And I would be, you know, because, well, why? Because I needed an adversary in my mind. Because I projected into him kind of the fears that I had, that AI will conquer us and so on. And this was rooted in my kind of awakening moment, in a sense, kind of a moment where I suddenly started to see the other side. So, but I wasn't sure yet.
You have to feel it.
So I had to have a fight about it.
You have to actually have the projection.
I had to absorb it. I believe that it was not in me. I had to throw it onto somebody. And that's what balance here. The balance is when we recognize that it's you. And I had this moment. It was so amazing. Like I would give this meeting and he'd talk about AI and the dangers, and he would always be my foil. You know, I would put like a sinister photograph of here on the slide. And it's like, look at this guy. He wants to put menopause into your brain, and he's also like high-end, kind of hypothetical and so on. Like, so I would create this whole narrative. And then something happened. Where I was giving a lecture, this is 2015, at in Aspen Ideas Festival, which was one of the festivals. A keynote speech actually. And I was doing my business speech. And then suddenly I said, I came up to that, there was a big screen, and there was a picture of him, and I came up to the screen and I kind of touched it. And I said, I don't want to pick on Mr. Kusla because he's new. I had this revelation that I'm actually fighting with myself, with my own spirit. And then I learned about his father. His father died from cancer, and that he's very, he's credited. He's very sincere and upfront. Self-disclosure is very essential. We always discuss. Like, what really motivates you? He said it. He said it publicly many times. He was as early as 2015, I could find this information. Yeah, he wanted to reunite with his father in the cloud. And suddenly I saw him, you know, as a great caricature that exemplified all my fears. But as a human being, a child longing for his father, grieving for his father. So suddenly it became a story, a love story. And, you know, so that is So in other words, I've seen it in myself. This
So, no T-tops cross country, right?
capacity to project my own fears and then fight with other people over something that actually was my own. And as soon as I got to this point of seeing him, and my next lecture, actually, I talked about him in this way, and I said, look, you know, it's a love story, and he is actually, it's not how I would want to unite with him. But like you said, you know, if I am consistent, I have to allow the possibility of different people receive things differently. And so, for him, that's his imagination. So, you know how, who is this Voltaire? I think he described to Voltaire. It's like, I disagree with you, but I will fight to death for you to have the right to say it. So now that I feel that my position is more like I disagree with him, but this is the way to approach death and to approach the death of our loved ones and how we miss them and how we, you know, that sense of loneliness and inability to interact directly. That's not something that resonates with me. But I think it can also be called imagination from his perspective. And look, motivated by that, how much he has brought coming into inventions. Like the musical invention, for instance, naturally, because his father was a composer, music composer and conductor. So in other words, from in a bigger scheme of things, even if I think this is guided, still, I can't deny that it's a certain leap of faith from his perspective to try to say that this is a way we can all connect to our loved ones. And because it is sincere, and I see it now, it's sincere, and in fact, in your interview, you did it out. I was really moved by that. Because man, it was really, really sweet. And I can relate, you know, my father died 4 years ago, and I can relate what a heartbreak. I was much older than Ray was when his father died. But I can relate to this longing. And somebody sincere, and he puts his over scars and, you know, and said, this is what I want to do because I want to recreate my father. I want to be able to talk to him this way. Then we have a series, then we understand. You know, the opposite of it would be not disclosing and just pretending that this is how it's supposed to be in scientific terms. So even replacing real emotion that comes from the heart by some kind of a theory which comes from the mind. And this is where we can go astray, because then we become captives of frameworks and conceptual systems which may not be beneficial to our society.
In tough times, we need the people that have not lost their way in the ideology. We need the people who are still in touch with their heart. And you mentioned this with Eric, it's certainly true. I disagree with him on a lot of stuff, but I feel like when the world is burning down, Eric is one of the people that's you can still count on to have a heart. He's talked a lot in the past year about the war in Ukraine, the possibility of nuclear war, and it feels like he's one of the people I would call first. If God forbid, something like a nuclear war would begin, because you live for people with a heart, no matter their ideas.
It takes courage and it takes a certain self-awareness, I would say. And it brings me, you know, again, also is that we have reference inscribed, you know, on the temple, so that Paul will go. It's a station, he will know thyself, know yourself, you know, who am I? Ultimately, it goes down to this. And what is the day? And the point is that I used to be, like I said, even pessimistic or something, and I was scared of people, of where development of AI was going. This is about 2015, 2015. Now I'm much more. So, for instance, after I saw Ray as a human, after I could relate to him and sympathize with him, suddenly I stopped seeing things in the news. Like before that, I would always see him in the news saying, I'm going to put nanobots in your brain and then another year, 20 years, whatever, you know, and then we upload you to the and I'll be like, no, you know, it's so terrible. Suddenly I didn't see him anymore. I had to, you know, so now, here's the question. Who was creating the trouble?
What was all of it?
Was it him who was creating the trouble, or was it my mind? You see? And so, as I became self-aware, suddenly other possibilities open, and suddenly that concept, which by the way, if I kept giving this nasty, you know, talks about him one day, like as opposed to trying to debate, and so you have this, one person stays this and that, and what I know is that it's a never-ending conflict. This conflict just doesn't end. And there is an alternative, there is a better way, which is to realize that it is you arguing with yourself. Now, if you want to continue arguing with yourself, continue, as long as you need. Just be careful not to store too many things, you know, in the process. But there is an option of actually dropping it. This is so, I'm so surprised.
The capacity, human capacity to compassion. You understand that he has a perspective, he is operating in the space of imagination, a human being like you. And we're all in this kind of together trying to figure this out.
And ultimately, and also it's like, it's realizing how much I have screwed up, you know, comes this humility. So like, I find it extremely hard now to like really rush out at somebody and to say that you're horrible, whatever. Because immediately the question is, oh my God, this side, you know? So is there another way to have a dialogue? Is there a way to, you know, speaking, you know, well, since we talked about the innocence of a child, how much it drives discovery, science, and so on. You know, I remember this case, I think I heard this. Shanti gave this nice example. He's like, when you're a kid, you know, you go, you play with your friends, and then you fight with another kid. He's like, I hate you. I don't want to see you again. Go home, after half an hour, okay, what are you going to do? You're going to play. You come out, it's like, hey, you don't talk about what happened. You don't rehash this, you know. And sometimes I think we are on the verge of doing that. Because I think that if we continue to push each of us our separate ideas and like ideologies, you know, what matters to us and so on. Like, you know, what matters to you, but like, there are other ways to approach other people. There are other ways you can find the context. Speaking of which, mathematics, mathematical formulas are universal, represent universal knowledge. 2 plus 3 is 4. Whether you vote for this guy or that guy in the election. You know, how about that as a point of context, of commonality? You know, and nobody can patent those formulas, you know that? And there is a Supreme Court decision that mathematical formulas cannot be patented. Like Einstein could not patent E equals MC squared. It doesn't work again, because if the formula is correct, then it will be sensible.
So what do you think of that all too tricky question? If you want, I can deeply bias your answer by giving the list of 4 that Eric provided.
Oh, I mean, I cannot see what it is. But I can guess something. I'm going to try to do something different. So, I already mentioned one, which is that you have one-dimensional numerical system, which is real numbers. You have 2-dimensional, which is complex numbers. You have 4-dimensional, and it's probably connected to what you wrote because it has to do with some homotopy groups of spheres and stuff like that. Then, of course, one area, okay. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 and so on. Does it make any sense? The sum. We played the code about this one. It became a very popular thing. 1 plus 2 plus 3, I did a video for number 5, the YouTube channel about it. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 ostensibly diverges, goes to infinity, because you get a bigger and bigger now. And yet, there is a way to make sense of it, in which it comes up to minus 1 over 12. How fascinating. First of all, the answer is not even a positive number, and it's not an integer, it's not a whole number, it's -1 and 12. So sometimes people ask me, what is your favorite number? And it's a kind of a joke. I say -1, but it's actually 42.
So your favorite number is not all the same.
Right.
So what else?
What else?
So
But I like program, of course, I have to mention that.
and we'll explore that in depth. Do you want to know what Eric said?
Sure.
Sphere, conversion, voice, surface, pop vibration, and pi 1 of SO3.
Oh yes, so that's the famous cupcake.
No tricks.
No tricks.
No
No
magic.
one is- So you start with a bottle like this or cup, and you start twisting it. At the same time, you twist your arm. Then you come. So this is actually going to rotate at 360 degrees. Then you say, okay, I won't be able to do another turn because then my arm would really get twisted. I'll have to go sit up. Yes, I do the second time.
Have so many families living there now that they're complaining.
This is the
You know, things turned into just another,
Yes.
another
So there is
city
something
everybody
where
complains about everything.
the first motion is not illegal, but if you double down on it,
There was no
you come
rule,
back.
no regulations, you did what you want.
It's very closely connected to the fact that we have geometric particles of two types, bosons and fermions.
People complaining.
So bosons are, for example, photons or carriers or other forces, or the Higgs boson. It is called a boson for a reason, because it is a boson. In honor of Indian mathematician Bose, B-O-S-E, and Einstein. So these particles obey what's called Bose-Einstein statistics. But then there are other particles called fermions, in honor of Enrico Fermi, Italian born mathematician who worked in the US. And they follow what's called Dirac-Fermi statistics. And those are electrons, constituents of matter, electrons, protons, neutrons, and so on. And they have a certain duplicity. And that duplicity is rooted in So I imagine, speaking of imagination, okay? Yeah, so I'm just kind of riffing on it. Imagine a world in which this will not be shocking or like, in this case it's not even shocking because I haven't really explained the details because I can't do it in 2 minutes. I indicated what this is all about and so on. But imagine a world in which this is not foreign to most people. Most people have seen it before, or they're not afraid to approach this type of questions because, you know, we talk a little bit about mass education, but I really believe that a lot of people in our society, and it's not only in the United States, but throughout the world, a lot of people have been traumatized. It's really PTSD. That's why people, when they see mathematical formula or like even like they need to calculate chip on the bill, they're terrified because it brings up those memories when they were kids and being called to the blackboard and solve a problem. You can't solve a problem, and unscrupulous teacher says you're an idiot. Sit down, and you feel ashamed and lonely, and that stays with you. And so I think that unfortunately that's where we are. But I like a dream, and so my dream is that one day we'll be able to overcome this, and actually all of these treasures of mathematics will become widely available. At least people will know where to find them, and they will not be afraid of going there and looking. And I think this will help because, like I said, for one thing, it gives you a sense of belonging. It kind of is an antidote to the kind of alienation and separation that we feel today, oftentimes because of ideological divide, sectarian strife, and all kinds of things like that. Because then you will, once you see there's a critical mass of this beauty, the kind of like dawns and goes like, my God, this is what we all have in common.
Look, they do it because people watch it, and I'm one of those idiots too. I mean, I've watched these videos of people doing, stupid crap, and just enjoying. What I don't enjoy on social media, on TikTok, YouTube, whatever, is the fake videos. Where a guy hides in his house, his wife comes in, and he shoots a cannon of confetti or, I don't know, like pink dusted or
physics, one could say, is in a sort of crisis in some sense because of a current gap between the sophisticated theories which came from applying sophisticated mathematics and the actual universe. So we have theories, for instance, which describe 10-dimensional worlds, 10-dimensional space-time, coming from string theory, things like that. But we don't know yet how to apply it to understanding our universe. A lot of progress has been made, but it's kind of at the kind of impasse right now. And at the same time, our most realistic theories, most advanced theories of the 4-dimensional universe are in contradiction with each other. The standard model describing the three known forces of nature, electromagnetic, strong and weak, with great accuracy. And Einstein's relativity, which describes the fourth, called gravity. everybody above a certain age knows that one. So the two theories are in contradiction at the moment. The string theory was one of the promise of string theory was that it would unify those things. And so far it has not happened. So we are kind of at a very interesting place right now. And I think that new ideas perhaps are needed. And I wouldn't be surprised if Whitman is one of those people who come up with those ideas.
Well, he has been one of the people that added a lot of ideas under the flag of string theory. What do you think about this theory? What do you think is beautiful about string theory?
Well, first of all, kind of, remember we talked about Pythagoreans and how for Pythagoreans the whole world was the symphony where you have the different vibrations of humans. Every human is a vibration, every animal, every being, every tree, and every celestial body and so on. So string theory is kind of like that, because in string theory there is fundamental object, which is a vibrating string. And all particles are in a sense supposed to be different modulations or vibrations of that string. So that by itself is really interesting, that you kind of describe this diversity of various particles and interactions between them using one guiding principle in some sense. But also just the mathematical things that come out of it, it looks like impossible to satisfy those constraints, and then there is sort of like a unique way to do it. So that's sort of every time that happens, when you have some system of like all-determined system. Let's suppose you have to do like 5 interviews in one day, and you wake up in the morning and you're like, that's impossible. Because then so many things have to align. For instance, let's suppose you have to go from one place to another, and then you have to commute, and then who knows, maybe there's a traffic jam and stuff like that. Now suppose that it all works seamlessly, and there were like a bunch of places where it could have hopelessly long, and it didn't. And then in the evening you're like, wow, it worked. That's beautiful, right? That's kind of like great luck, I would say. But in science this happens sometimes, that you have this theory which is not supposed to work, because there's so many seemingly contradictory demands on it. And yet, there is a sweet spot where they balance each other. So string theory is kind of like this. The unfortunate aspect of it is that it balances itself in 10 dimensions, it's not in 4. So maybe there is another universe somewhere. But see, as a mathematician, for me, all spaces are created equal. 10-dimensional, 4-dimensional. So mathematicians love string theory because it has given us so much food for thought.
But do you think it's a correct or a incorrect theory for understanding this reality? So maybe a theory that explains some 10th dimensional reality in some other universe, but is it potentially, what do you think are the odds, again, financial advice, you are the best, what do you think are the odds that it gets us closer to understanding this reality?
Well, in the form that it is now, that is unlikely. That it could well be that based on this idea,
Coast Termite at 800 Pacific.
with some modifications, with some essential new elements, it could
Call 800 Pacific. 800 Pacific.
it could work out. So I would say right now it doesn't look so good. Like from the point of view that from what we know. But maybe somebody will come and introduce like square.
Whoa, look how tall you're getting.
I mean, they already introduced, but I mean kind of like as a metaphor. Maybe somebody will come and say, what if we do this? Looks crazy. You know, speaking of Niels Bohr, he had this famous quote that he said to somebody, there is no doubt that your theory is crazy. The question is whether it's crazy enough to describe reality. So that's where we are.
Sell your home quickly and easily and not deal with repairs or a long selling process, that's a hassle. Well, look to Seller's Advantage. They have thousands of satisfied customers. And they're the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. They'll buy your home for a competitive cash offer, and they'll close in days, not weeks or months. Because they're not going to be waiting around on interest rates. No repairs are needed. They buy the homes as is, like I said, and with the most 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp. It's no wonder why thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen Sellers.
You open your book, Love and Math, with the question, how does one become a mathematician? There are many ways that this can happen. Let me tell you how it happened to be. So, how did it happen to you?
So, first of all, I grew up in the Soviet Union, in a small town near Moscow called Kolomna. And I was a smart kid, you know, in school, but mathematics was probably my least favorite subject. Not because I couldn't do it. I was, you know, a straight A student, and I could do all the problems easily, but I thought it was incredibly boring. And since the only math I knew was what was presented at school, I thought that was it. And I was like, what kind of boring subject is this? So what I really liked was physics, and especially quantum physics. So I was buying, I would go to a bookstore and buy popular books about elementary particles and atoms and things like that, and read them, you know, devour them. And so I thought my dream was to become a theoretical physicist and to delve into this finer structure of the universe. You know. So then something happened when I was 15 years old. It turns out that a friend of my parents who was a mathematician, who was a professor at the local college. It's not a college, it's a very it's a provincial town, imagine. It's like 117 kilometers from Moscow, which is
I like how you remember the number.
yeah, it's not funny, I remember them. So his name was Evgeny. And if this doesn't remind you of the great works of Russian literature, like War and Peace, you know, with the Patrick thing, this is what real. So my mom one day by chance met Evgeny Gamrich and told him about me, that I was a bright kid and interested in physics. And he said, oh, I want to meet him. I'm going to convert him into math. And my mom said, nah, math, he doesn't like math. So they said, okay, let's see what they do. So I went to see him, so I'm 15. I'm a bit arrogant, I would say, you know, like average teenager. So he says to me, so I hear that you are interested in physics and then particles. I said, yeah. I said, for example, do you know black quarks? And I said, yes, of course I know. Quarks are the, you know, constituents of particles like protons and neutrons. It was one of the greatest discoveries of theoretical physics in the 60s. Those particles were not elementary, but exactly small. And he said, oh, so then we talk the more representation theory of the group as you learn. So, in fact, I wanted to know what were the underpinnings of those theories. I knew the story, I knew the narrative, I knew kind of the basic story of what these particles look like. But how did physicists come up with this idea? How were they able to realize them? And so I remember, like it was yesterday. So he pulls out a book, and it's kind of like a Bible, like a substantial book, and he opens them. And you can somewhere in the middle, and there I see the diagrams that I saw in popular books. But in popular books, there was no explanation. And now I see all these weird symbols and equations. It's clear that this is explained in there. Oh my God. So, you think what they teach at school? Is mathematics. No, this is real. So I was instantly converted.
And to understand the underpinnings of physical reality, you have to understand what SC3
You
is.
have to learn what are groups, what is group SC3, what are representations of SC3. They were coherent and beautiful. I could appreciate the beauty even though I could not understand heads and tails of it.
But you were drawn to the methodology, the machinery of concept understanding.
Well, in retrospect, I think what I was really craving was a deeper understanding. And up to that point, the deepest what I could see was those diagrams, but that story that, a proton consists of 3 quarks and a neutron consists of 3 quarks and they're called up and down and so on. But I didn't know that there was actually underneath, beneath the surface, there was this mathematical theory.
If you can just linger on it, what drew you to quantum mechanics? Is there some romantic notion of understanding the universe? What is interesting to you? Is it a puzzle? Is it philosophical thing?
Now I am looking back.
Yeah.
So whatever I say about Edward at 15 is covered by my, all my experiences that happened in the meantime.
I should say,
My card views and so on.
for the people who may not know you, I think your book and your presentations kind of revealed that 15-year-old was still in that class.
I think it is a compliment.
Some of the joy.
It's what you see here now. I think it was the joy of discovery and the joy of going deeper into the kind of the to the root, to the deeper structures of the universe, the secrets. There's secrets, and we may not discover all of them. We may not be able to understand, but then we try and go as far and as deep as we can. I think that's what was the motivating factor in this.
Yeah, there's this mystery, there's this dark room, and there's a few of these mathematical physicists that are able to shine a flashlight briefly into there. We'll talk about it, but it also kind of makes me sad that there's so few of your kind that have the flashlight to look into the room. It's interesting.
I don't think there are so few, to be honest, because I find that a lot of people are actually interested. If you talk to people, like some people you wouldn't expect to be interested in this, from all walks of life. People, all kinds of professions. I tell them I'm a mathematician, and mathematician, okay, so that's a separate story. A lot of people, I think, have been traumatized by their experience in their math classes. We can talk about it later. But then they ask me what kind of research I do, and I mentioned that I work on the interface of math and quantum physics. And their eyes light up. Wow, quantum physics, or like Einstein's relativity. I'm like, very curious about it. I watched this podcast, but podcast, you know, and I've never listened. What do you think about that? So I actually find that actually physicists are doing a great job at educating us.
They just screwed up
And,
and called it
in terms
Henderson.
of
I should have kept that paper.
of books and videos and so on. Mathematicians
Saturday nights at 7:30.
are behind. We're starting to catch up a little bit. At least starting last 10 years, but we're still behind. But I think people are curious. Science is still very much something that people want to learn because that's our kind of the best way we know to establish some sort of objective reality, whatever that might be.
Yeah, to figure out this whole puzzle, to figure out the secrets of the universe.
I think that we can agree on that. Even though for me, at this point, I always make an argument that our physical theories always change, they get updated, and you have Newton's theory of gravity, then Einstein's theory, superseded it. But in mathematics, it seems that theories will change. Pythagoras' theorem has been the same for the last 500 years. X squared plus y squared equals z squared. We don't expect that next year suddenly will be So that to me is actually even more, hints even more at how much we are connected to each other. Because Pythagoras' theory, if you think about it, or any other mathematical theory, means the same thing to anyone in the world today, regardless of their cultural, bringing religion, ideas, gender, whatever, nationality, race, whatever, right? And it was meant the same to everyone, everywhere, and most likely will be the same. So that's, to me, kind of an antidote to the kind of divisiveness that we sometimes observe these days, where it seems that we can actually maintain.
To the political complexity of 2 plus 2 equals 5 in George Orwell's 1984.
I was in the Soviet Union in 1984, so in many ways, I see that he was president. Not for no one was president. But we still have not found a dictator who would actually say 2 plus 2 equals 5 and would demand their citizens to repeat that.
The night is still young.
Has not happened yet.
Jefferson County Attorney Michael Connell says his office can't move forward in prosecuting Scheffler. The officer who arrested Scheffler has been disciplined for not activating his body-worn camera at the scene.
We hope it will be a contribution to a major issue in society, which is pain and addiction.
New drug and development at Louisiana State University can help people with chronic pain. Dr. Nicholas Bazan says that painkillers like opioids without the addictive qualities.
Our chemical is non-toxic to the liver and to the kidney.
Bazan says phase 1 clinical trials on 56 patients are promising. Bazan says he hopes to have this medicine in drugstores by the end of the decade. FDA has also fast-tracked his research. South Korea's military says North
therapy,
Korea's
for advice,
missile toward its
for wisdom in returning to Earth Wi-Fi and maybe give some guidance, understanding his view on his attempt at theory. If everything, they call geometric unity that he told me that you may have some inkling of understanding of. If you were to describe this theory to aliens that visited Earth, how would you do it? Or you should try it if it was just me visiting Earth. How would you describe it? Give us understanding.
He shared with me some of it when I was in New York at Columbia. We actually spent a lot of time and I found it beautiful. He has a very ideal idea of the world. Where you have this, instead of 4-dimensional, instead of 10-dimensional, he has 14-dimensional space. And I thought it was
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see
it was really original, and it's exactly it. Goes for the point I made earlier that we need new ideas. I feel that without some fundamentally new idea, we will not be able to get closer to understanding how we live. I have a problem with the whole idea of the period. I don't believe that one exists, nor that we should aim to construct. And I think it's really not to offend anybody, but it's ultimately a fault of the education system of physicists. Like in mathematics, we're not brought up, we're not educated as mathematicians with the idea that one day we will come up with the theory of everything. Even though, as a joke, I said that Reinhardt's program is mathematical theory of everything. But I made it as a kind of a tongue-in-cheek.
But isn't it a little bit kind of that?
It's not really, because first of all, it doesn't cover all fields, and it covers specifically knowledge.
But isn't it spiritually striving towards the same component form of a theory of everything? Like connecting.
But connecting doesn't mean that you are everything. So you could connect. Pick two things, and then you have many other things which are outside of the purview of this connection. That's how it is in mathematics. I feel. And I would venture to say that most mathematicians look at it this way. There's no idea that somehow. I think it's actually impossible, because we're not talking about such a thing as like one universe. So that's the whole possible universe, the whole possible dimensions and so on. But it's just not feasible to have like unify everything in one equation. Now, physicists, on the other hand, have been brought up, educated for decades with this idea. And to me, and I am not sure I should say that, but I feel like it's like a kind of ultimate ego trip. So that I have come up with a unified theory. I have found a unified theory that is me, and my name will be on it. I think a lot of physicists get educated this way, especially men, take it seriously. And I've seen that happen, and I think it is counterproductive. I think that a lot of people agree that this debate is kind of, I feel like it's kind of settled. I think I hear it less and less. But I disagree with the whole premise.
It's interesting because both are interesting points you made. You don't think a theory of everything exists, and you don't think the pursuit of a theory of everything is good. So I think you spoke to the second thing, which is basically that the pursuit of a theory of everything becomes like a drug to the human ego.
So it's a huge motivating factor. I don't deny that. But I feel that there are better ways to motivate people than like that, than this way. Okay? So I would say, for instance, if one, because then it's not a game of winner takes all. And in fairness, when physicists say theory of everything, grand unified theory, they mean something very specific, which is unifying standard model in Einstein's relativity theory, which is zero gravity. So they don't necessarily, a lot of physicists might say these words, but they don't really mean them. I think it's important to realize that in my opinion, that's not productive and it's not feasible anyway. So, having said that, there are some theories are better than others. So, for instance, Eric's theory has, as far as I understand, does have a certain way of producing some of the elementary particles that we see, and as well as the force of gravity. So, it does have that promise. I feel that, at least from the place where I had seen it about 10 years ago, it still required a lot of work to get to the point of actually saying that it does work, because there are a lot of elements. It's a huge enterprise for the theory, because you have just to describe the field, sort of the building blocks of the theory. It's already tremendous undertaking, and he's trying to do it for cross spaces in great generality, which is what makes it so unique and so beautiful. But then there are, on top of that, there are this issue of quantization, of actually describing them as quantum field theory. And the quantum field theory, even as a language, as a framework, is currently incomplete, in my opinion. And not only in my opinion, it's like everybody's it's
But you can't do it
everybody
perfect.
agrees on that.
Burning times will shut it down.
It's
They don't tolerate it. So
a
we gotta
collection
go
of
to a different
tricks.
city.
It's a collection of tools.
So
It's a
keep me
toolbox,
posted
but it is
where the next one is.
not
But
a
you can't do it perfect. Perfect
consistent,
100% no.
rigorous theory like numbers
It's
prediction.
Because I'd like to be able to do a local one.
Physicists have still been able to derive predictions
I'm gonna drive.
from confirm them with to great accuracy, but the underpinnings it doesn't have the real critical foundation from macro perspective. So in that sense, even if in that framework, a new theory
in LA in the restaurant business is
could
massive. I think it's
lead to an explanation of some new explanation of some phenomenon, it would still be incomplete in a sense because it wouldn't be like empirical. Because the whole framework is not yet on firm foundation.
So it's not consistent.
Yeah, you always see celebrities there at the pantry. Almost every time you go in on a Saturday, you'll see a celebrity. Last time I was there, it was about 5 or 6 years ago, and I saw the star. I don't know what his name is, but I know he's the star. I saw the star of Ratatouille. Patton Oswalt? I think it was somebody that dressed up like Ratatouille. But it was under one of the tables, crawling around. That's wild. Wild.
At the pantry, you can see the big balloons.
They were shut down for a minute. A lot.
The big balloons that are being put up, and
Is there some
pancakes here. We're talking about short stack if you buy a meal, so it's going to be
A short stack of pancakes. If you buy yourself a meal, that's a good deal.
day here. We're bringing Jose, who is the general manager of the pantry, and
I think you can give color to the drama Erica's
your own story because you started here as a youngster, right?
Yeah. What's your story? Well, we're shut down.
Eric Wise has to spoke about some of the challenges, some of the triumphs and challenges of the time of Harvard. So, is there something to that drama of people stealing each other's ideas or not allocating credit enough?
of course, yes.
All of that and creating psychological stresses because of that,
Happens all the time, yeah. Unfortunately.
our young minds and so on.
It happens very often.
Is that just the way of life, or is this?
I think we can definitely do better. And I think the first step is to kind of admit that we are not 100% seekers of things, that we are human beings, and all the good and bad and ugly qualities can be present, and to have some kind of dialogue in my subject, in my life. Because what happened here? There have been some famous cases where people have been accused, which have been resolved, or partially resolved, or unresolved. And everybody knows it. But there isn't a systematic effort, as far as I can tell, of really trying to create some rules, some ethics rules. This is where this is necessary. So that as a community, we strive to get better. I think that for most people, it's more like keeping your head in the sand and kind of pretending that it doesn't happen. Or it happens some isolated incident. Well, I don't, my experience is not like that, you know. I think it does happen much more often than it should. That's my opinion.
So there's a whole academia that's fascinating. One of the reasons I really love it is you have young minds, fresh ideas. And that same innocence you had when you first time was trained, have that within. And then you throw that in together with senior, exceptional, world-class scientists who have, first of all, I didn't know them. Second of all, maybe they have partaken in the drug fame and money and status and recognition, so that starts to really correct all of our human minds. And you throw that mixed in together.
Yeah.
Both do without rules. And it's beautiful because that's where the ideas of order contaminate the new wild-eyed crazy ideas and they clash and there's tension and there's depth to it. But then there's the old human corruption that can take advantage of the young mind. It's not clear what to do with that. And part of that is just the way of life and its tragedies. And oftentimes when you look at who wins Nobel Prize, it's also tragic because sometimes so many minds are, the trajectory to the breakthrough idea involves so many different minds, young and old.
Yeah, I think it's like everything else. The path is to more self-aware, and it's like owning up your own stuff and not blaming other people, not projecting on other people, but taking responsibility. And that's true for everything. And the problem here, the unique problem, for mathematics, I would say physicists and chemists are better. They actually have better sort of ethical rules, especially biologists, like, because I think in part it's because there's much more money, because they have to do grants and so on. So for them, the question of priority to discover what first is much more serious. It's really fun. Mathematics compares, like the one last year was proved, and the mouse become a millionaire? No.
I think he got a prize.
He won a prize, but the prizes are not.
I think that one was a good prize. But in general, it's not good.
I think he won the other prize, eventually, which is about $1 million. So, but, sometimes I think about this, like, this is the title of the way to $1 million. So, but amongst my decisions, I think the problem is that we're so insulated from society because it's such a pure subject. It goes in very specific psychological types. And I can speak about myself. I didn't realize it at the time, but later on, I definitely saw, I mentioned some of it earlier, that for me, mathematics was directly from the cruelty of my experience, the discrimination that I experienced when I applied to most universities, 16, and failed every time, and stuff like that, which I describe in my book as well. But that was my way. I was like, I don't trust this world. I don't want to deal with it. I want to hide in this platonic reality of pure forms. This is where I know how to operate. I love this, and I couldn't be bothered for a while, up to a point, as I was getting older and more mature, I was becoming more interested in other things. And I think that's one of the reasons. And one of the reasons why I wrote that was precisely to bring that cycle. That is the quiet guy in the corner that goes into math. And not the flamboyant, jock or DJ. I wanted to show how beautiful it's like. The track with new blood. So the different psychological types and with joy. Because when they look at the students, or look at them, and who they will inspire, and that will be a vicious circle is a picture. And I have to say, I think it's happened not because of my efforts alone, around the same time, because the whole stereotypes is so encouraged. They're interested in exposing the beauty of the subject to other people, you see, and then it becomes a business. But this one day, I all the time I meet students to say, the book is the reason why I chose my and I'm proud, especially when I say, and they are cool, they are engaged at the same time, and they are social, and they have friends, and they go out, and so on. So they are, then they carry the torch, because then they will be more likely to share his beauty as others, to attract more students. I think this kind of stumbles into those things. So now we have all this stuff. And once we have people who are more able to connect to the personal level, that's when we will also become more socially community. And that's when we might be able to should be able to have a chance to improve in terms of our ethical rules and stuff like that.
Ensures that you get delicious and refreshing water from every tap and faucet. It ensures your shiny and beautiful. Call us at 1-800-WATER-9. Visit PlaceSourceWater.com.
I don't know, I wish I had that. Changing street lights, right? You got everything there? I'll bang it up when we do that here.
What do you think is special about Eric Weinstein?
Seriously, no more we're not fighting. Everyone's fighting. Anyone with any violence are getting kicked off the tour. Any form of violence,
The way he sort of struggles to be different. It's like the Edison's man, the way people, the day you let alone in the 21st century, where information has become so huge, it's almost physically impossible to be able to grapple with it. And yet, he does, and he has his own unique vision and unique point of view, and he doesn't take it, which is like almost impossible. Like we can't think of so many people who possess those qualities. Almost.
And also the ability, in some sense, to embody balance. The rigor of mathematics and the imagination.
Humanity, as I say. If you talk about imagination as a kind of a counterpart to knowledge, but just basic humanity, just basic just compassion, because every destructive, I would say, every destructive society, like the German based on some kind of unassailable creed. Kind of conceptual system. But there's a beautiful talking about the certain given people, let's say, there's a certain zones mathematics. And they're just basically important to each other and check out the humanity of this. So I would say that as you go to this type of thing, not necessarily even imagination in a kind of elevated sense that we have been discussing today, that is exemplified by our greatest scientists and philosophers. But just basic humanity, basic conditioning, it's just like knowing that it's just like that. And I don't care what my ideology tells me, that I'm just not going to do it. So that I think is kind of missing in today's society. People like to caught up in ideology, in conceptual framework.
So societies that lose that basic human compassion, the basic humanity. And Eric is one of the people, I agree with you, keeps that thing.
It's not good for the law to do something. It's not good. Some people just kind of feel that they want to. And that's a huge thing. Because I have to say, looking back, definitely, I have heard people pushing that I could be racist, I could be harsh. And now I see it as a sign of weakness. It's a sign of weakness. You know, I saw an interview with David the other day. Beautiful, I was reading it. But you know, at some point I was like, I looked at him and I said, I get to read it. I'm kind of ashamed of it now, but you know, I kind of coming clean. And I would do her because, well, why? Because I knew that there was everything in my mind. Because I projected onto fear, kind of fears that I had, that the AI would conquer us and so on. And this was rooted in my awakening moment, and the moment where I started to see what I said. So, but I wasn't sure yet.
You see, you have to feel it.
So I had to have a fight about it.
Yeah. Actually, you have to protect.
I had to, I believe that there's nothing new in it. So I had to show it, I had to do something. And that's not balance here. So balance is when you recognize that it's you. So, and I had this moment, it's so amazing. Like, I would do this meeting, I would talk about AI and the data, and he would always be my, before, his other guy. I would put like a suggestion for okay, this slide. I was like, look at this guy. He wants to develop things to be a brand. And he's also like hired account executive at Google and so on. Like, so I created this narrative. And then something happened where I was giving a lecture, this 2015, at in Aspen ideas lecture. The keynote speaker. And then I was doing my usual students. And then suddenly I saw, I came up with a screen. And I came up with a screen and kind of touched it. I don't want to become a physical because we do it. I had this revelation that I'm actually fighting with myself, with my fear. And then I learned about his father, died from prison. And in fact, he's very, he's great. He's very sincere, not from self-disclosure. It's very thankful. What really motivates me? He said it publicly many times. He knows that it's always going to find this information. He wanted to reunite with his father and his brother. And suddenly I saw him not as a great advocate that exemplified all my fears, but as a human being, who a child longing for his father, grieving for his father. So suddenly it became sort of a love story. And, you know, so that is, so that was, I've seen it in myself, this capacity to project my own fears and then fight with other people over something that actually was my own. And as soon as I got to this point, my next lecture, I talked about it in this way. And I said, look, you know, it's a love story. And he is actually, it's not how I would want to realize it. But, like you said, you know, if I am consistent, I have to allow the possibility that different people perceive things differently. And so, for him, that's his imagination. So, you know how, who is it, like Voltaire, I think, subscribe to Voltaire. Like, I disagree with you, but I will fight to death for you to have the right to say it. So now that I feel like my position is more like, I disagree with you, but this is the way to approach death and to approach the death of our loved ones and how we miss them and how we, you know, the sense of loneliness and inability to interact directly. That's not something that can make you. But I think it can also be called imagination from his perspective and look, motivated by that, how much he has grown, how many his invention, like his musical invention, naturally because his father was a composer, music composer and a conductor. So in other words, from the bigger scheme of things, even if I think he's misguided, still, I can't deny that it's extremely people faith from his perspective to try to say that this is the way we can all connect to our loved ones. And because it is sincere, and I see it now, it's sincere, and in fact, in your interview, you teased it out. I was really moved by it. He was never It was sweet, it was really sweet. And he talked about his father. And I can relate, my father died 2 years ago, and I can relate what a heartbreak. I was much older than Ray was when his father died. But I can relate to this longing and that grief. And it's something sincere, and he sees, opens his cards, and and so this is what I want to do, because I want to create my father, and I want to be able to talk to him this way. And we have a series, and we understand, the opposite of it would be not disclosing and just pretending that this is how it's supposed to be in a scientific term. So it was replacing the real emotion that comes from the heart and some kind of a theory that comes from the mind. And this is where we can go astray, because then we become captives of frameworks and conceptual systems. It may not be beneficial to our society
in tough times. Sometimes we need the people that have not lost their way and the ideology. We need the people with still touch with their heart. You mentioned this in Arab is certainly true. I disagree with him on a lot of stuff, but I feel like when the world is burning down, Eric is one of the people that you can still come on and have a heart. Talked a lot over the past year about the war in Ukraine, the possibility of nuclear war, and it feels like he's one of the people who offers if God forbid something like a nuclear war began, because you look for people with a heart, no matter their ideas.
It takes courage and it takes a certain self-awareness. And these things, I think the crucial piece here is that which was described in the temple of Apollon. This is taking no know thyself, know yourself, how can they present to this? And all the debate. And the point is that I feel like I used to be, like I said, pessimistic or something, and I was scared even of where the development of AI was going. This is about 2015, 2016. And now I'm much more. So for instance, after I saw race as a human being, after I took away and sympathized with him, someday I stopped seeing him. Like before that, I would always see him in the news saying, I don't want to put another ball in the play, and then maybe it's going to turn around, and I would go and I would be like, no, it's terrible. Suddenly I didn't see him anymore. I had to, So now, here's the question. Who was creating the trouble?
What was all of it?
Was it you who was creating the trouble? Or was it my mind? And so, as I become suddenly, I was smooth spoken, and suddenly that conflict is by the way, if I kept giving this nasty, talks about one day that I supposed to become the way, and so you have this one person stays serious with that. And what I learned is that it's a never ending conflict. This conflict just doesn't end. But there is an alternative, there is a better way, which is to realize that this is you. Arguing with yourself. Now, you can take arguing with yourself, continue. As long as it means, just be careful about the spiritual things, not the person. But there is an option of actually dropping it. Actually dropping it. I'm so surprised by
Yeah, the capacity, human capacity for compassion. They understand that he has a perspective, he is operating in the space of imagination, a human being like you. And we're all in this kind of together trying to find this out.
And ultimately, and also it's like realizing how much I have screwed up, comes this humility. So like, I find it extremely hard hard now to like really rush out this and to say like, oh, whatever. Because immediately the question is, who am I to criticize, you know? So is there another way to have a dialogue? Is there a way to, speaking, since we talked about the innocence of a child and how much it deprives of its science and so on. I remember, I think I heard that Yashanti who gave this nice example. He's like, when you're a kid, you go and you play with your friends, and then you fight with another kid. And he's like, I hate you. I don't want to see you again. And just go home like after half an hour. Okay, what are you going to do? You want to play? You come out, it's like, hey, you want to play? You don't talk about what happened. You don't rehash this, keep going. And sometimes I think we are on the verge, maybe, of learning that. Because I think that if we continue to push each of us our set of ideas and like ideologies, and, like, what matters to us, and so on. Like, not what matters to you, but like there are other ways to approach other people. There are other ways you can find your contact. Speaking of which, mathematical formulas are universal, represent universal knowledge. 2 + 2 is 4, whether you vote for this guy or that guy in the election. How about that as a point of contact of analysis? And nobody can patent those formulas. There is a Supreme Court decision that mathematical formulas cannot be patented. Like Einstein could not patent E equals MC squared. It doesn't belong to him because if the formula is correct,
so I can pack some for a picnic if we choose to do that on a hike. More adventurous, more fun with the Ford Bronco Sport. Unidos, we are stronger. Head to your Southern California Ford dealers for great offers on all Fords.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water Systems. And as we celebrate 40 years, we want to say thank you to our amazing and loyal customers. My dad founded LifeSource, and his vision was to provide families with great tasting water from every faucet in their home. So transform your life. Call us at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
So, Jordan from Walter's Wholesale Electric was over at my house a few days ago, and they were installing lights and chargers and we were talking, and I said, why? Because there are points where the charging station where they have EVs, how many of us do? If you have customers, you can imagine offering a charging station. It's, my house offers a charging station. If you're a business and you don't have charging for employees and your customers, you already Walter's Wholesale Electric is a Southern California leader in commercial, industrial, retail charging stations. Walter's Wholesale Electric small and large charging installations. And it really takes an extra things in place, and that's exactly what Walter's Electric is. Walter's Wholesale Electric. So it's EV charging. Now to give you yourself EV charging. WaltersSale.com. All year, for my 20 years, the attorneys in the UK have helped enough accident victims to build an entire sports arena. Only playing in their injured clients' recovery drives them to bring the best ever. Listen to the story. Clients will change after reckless drunk driving, vehicles and left with severe injury. They couldn't get the insurance company out with anything. And after all the frustration, he called Sweet Jane. And they stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he needed. And they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million win for him. Wow! These situations, caring and winning needs medical care, maximum compensation, and custody. That's Sweet Jane. If you ever have an accident, results matter. Call the attorneys at Sweet Jane. And don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. 809 million. 809 million. 800-900-0000 and sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com.
Daily Calendar. May 29th. Hey, today is Learn About Composting Day. You can learn about making your own fertilizer and fertilize stuff with this sexy car. It's also National Biscuit Day, Alligator Day, and Flip Flop Day. So if it is getting you an alligator, then you can flip flop out of them. Don't when you hot or now, it's World Otter Day. They're cute and they love dad jokes. Strangely, May 29th is also the end of the Middle Ages Day. I'll finally complain that you got back your daily calendar. AM 640.
AM 640. eliminate the women from this movie.
Why?
I don't know. I just have my. Let's put it this way. I know the people's names in each of them.
Okay.
I've had my dealings.
With your good answers, you should probably include us.
Okay, well, the question is, the blue whale has the largest genitalia of any, I guess, animal or mammal in the world. How long is it? So you can understand why leave you out and belly you out. So it's just going to be 7. I know it's science, but these are not so scientific. All right, let's do a little whip around here because this is in the news. They just found a blue whale that was washed up on the beach, and some kid said, "Hey, what is that?" And had to explain it. So step bougie. The largest male genitalia in the world is the blue whale. How long are we talking? 5 feet grown.
25 feet.
25 feet. Wow. I'm a whale. All right, now the actual answer is 10 feet. 10 feet. That's a lot. That's a lot. Dang, with that dog. 10 feet. Oh, that is crazy. All right, really less interesting news, I guess. The Home Alone house is for sale. You can buy it. The Home Alone house for sale for $5.25 million.
Right now, you've heard that the epic house from Home Alone, the one where Kevin McAllister and those bubbling burglars, is now up for sale. And just as you would if you found out one of your neighbor's houses was up for sale, we are going to snoop on the listing. As you might imagine, there are changes. Let's take a look. Here's the entryway, as we all remember it from the beginning of the movie. Here's what it looks like now. That colorful wallpaper, red carpet, gone. It's been overhauled for a more monochromatic look, a lot of white, and that will be the theme as we move forward. This is the McAllister's fire.
Where is this? Is this right outside of Chicago? Is that what this house is? The Home Alone house? That was filmed in Chicago. Yeah, Chicago. Wait, Stephen, you weren't alive when that movie came out. Where you No. Wait, we heard that movie come out. 90. What year were you born? Okay, all right. We don't remember what it first came out. But Crozier does. I'm straight. Yeah, every year Christmas time. Yeah, 1990. Look at you.
Place, you see the red and green decorating motif, perfect for the Christmas movie. But now, the most recent homeowner went for that much more minimal style, opting for a look really clean lines, a lot of natural light. Finally, the kitchen. There you see that green tile island. It's been a while since any of us have seen that, where Kevin spilled the milk on it. It looks completely different today. The island's been replaced. It looks like 2 islands to me. There's also a wall that's been knocked down to allow for that really open floor plan so you can see into the other room. The McAllister's home is on sale for $5.25 million. I want to make sure I saw that right. And we should note that most of the movie was not actually shot inside the home.
Yeah, we get that. But don't you, if you buy that home, don't you get people stopping outside every single night? I was going to say, if I had the money, I would buy it and turn it into a museum like the guy that did the Christmas Story house. Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, like if you own the Brady Bunch home. Have you seen the Brady Bunch home? Yeah, it is. It's literally right off the hung out, yeah. And it's probably 2 miles as the crow flies, maybe 3 miles from where we're sitting right now. But have you ever driven by Crows to see the Brady house?
No, I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it?
No,
Oh, it's great.
You'll be right. You switched it.
No, it's literally 3 miles from here. It's in Studio City.
There's another one of those homes that's like that. That's in Covina, I remember.
I love that Brady Bunch, man. I enjoyed that Brady Bunch.
It was on a set that was rebuilt at a gym at New Trier High School, but it mimicked the house. It was the set, they just rebuilt it because they couldn't fit all the equipment and the cameras and all the people inside the exact house.
Home Alone, $5.25 million. Home Alone could be your home, your brand new home. Also, fun fact. anytime you watch the movie, when they're in the quote-unquote house, their skin is red or green because of Christmas. Any shot, there's always going to be a hint of red, yellow, or green. Anytime you watch
Don't ban it, just time them out. I like See, the new rabbi's on the model. They like that.
It's a slow drive on the 405 northbound. This is coming up on Venice Boulevard. You remain on the brakes and stretch. Mention that flight bridge heading into the Street. Inbound reaching 215 southbound Social 60, 91 Central. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
That's a real ass city.
100 commercial free stations waiting for you. Right now, on Beach Radio. Beach Radio is commercial free all summer. And keeps you that tools in the sand. Beach Music 5 24/7.
Why always ask us why we put a wall fire on our camera? Well, it's because it's censored. We can't let every job well done. So while you're out there, spot the camera.
It's a brand new year and my fourth office report, and I can't wait for all the events. The other thing I want to more things from the city and this year, and my fourth office report is perfect. Gas mileage is under. I feel so safe driving, and there's tons of room in the trunk, so I can pack stuff for a picnic if you choose to do that on a hike. More adventures, more fun, more promise. Beat us, we are stronger. Head to your Southern California Ford dealers for great offers on all.
Crazy.
Americans pay $5 billion a year to control termites and repair the damage. More than floods, earthquakes, hurricanes, all Pacific Coast Termite at 800% for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenanting ever. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com and call 800-PACIFIC.
Pacific Coast Termite.
Dog.
Hi, it's Sharon Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Our salt-free systems filter water from every tap of your home. Unlike softeners, which add sodium to your water, filtering it. With the Life Source system, there is never any regular maintenance, filters to change, or salt to remove. Build, install, and stand behind every single system, and we always will. Call us at 800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com.
Yo, dog. Hey, can you hear me? What up, baby? Hey, I filter my life. I stream my life 24/7, 365. Excellent. I am the world's data king. According to The Economist magazine in 2018, they stated that data is Earth's #1 resource. If that's true, I am the top person because I have more data online than any person ever. Content is king. Absolutely. That's you, baby. You got it. Hi, Silva. Hi, Silva. Hi, Silva. How you doing, baby? Hi, Silva. 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 Hilarious. Dude, Jake Harris is amazing. Rabbi Rothschild's amazing. This is amazing. Hi, Silva. Bro, hustle it on 6 streams. Filter by Live, John. Say, filter by Live. Filter Live. Filter by Live, baby. Baby, filter by Live. Hell yeah. Filter by Live. Hey, yeah, there I am, baby. Hey, you got it. That's just one of them. I got 6 different streams. So type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by Live. Dog, here you are.
In many ways, this can happen. Let me tell you how it happened.
That's you, baby. That's you.
First of all, I grew up in the Soviet
That's you. Excellent.
in a small town near Moscow.
Dog,
And,
I have robots going. But robots are going 24/7. Getting the word out. World peace, dude. I'm going to make you and all your family trillionaires. How? I have more data online than any person in global history. No person has more data online than I do. What does that mean? Content is king according to Bill Gates in the 1990s. And if that's true, I'm king, baby. I got more data online than anybody. Cycle through all of my cameras. I've got one here. I got one there. I've got one there. I've got one there. I've got one there. I've got one back there. I got cameras everywhere, baby. Biggest deal in global history. Biggest deal in global history. Biggest deal in global history. Woo-hoo! Tell everybody trillionaires, dog. Dog. Here, I'm gonna read to you future technology. Shit that's gonna blow your fucking mind. You're like, Rabbi, what kind of future technology do you have? Stuff like time travel? Like, Rabbi, you're gonna read to us stuff like time travel? Absolutely. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Antimatter weaponry. Weapons that utilize antimatter as a destructive force, potentially capable of immense power due to the annihilation of matter and antimatter. Brain-computer interface, a direct communication pathway between the brain and an external device, enabling control or communication without physical movement. Cryogenic preservation, the process of preserving biological tissues at extremely low temperatures to prevent decomposition, potentially enabling long-term storage and revival. This is wild shit. I'm gonna check in. I'm gonna see how you're doing. I know we're a few seconds behind.
And my mom said, math doesn't like mathematics. So I said, okay, let's look at it. So I went to see him, so
What up, baby?
You know, like everything. So I hear that you are interested in physics.
Dog, you're amazing. Jake Harris. Shout out to you. Shout out to Silva. I don't know if you're still watching this, but you're a great person. I got another person here. What's going on, Sproto Gremlin? Sproto Gremlin, I'll be there in a second. I love you too, Jake. Jake is amazing. Dude, we're gonna make Jake a trillionaire. We're gonna make his parents trillionaires, his children trillionaires, everybody, his grandchildren trillionaires. You're amazing. Hell yeah, Silva. Yo, Silva. Take care, my man. Take care, my friend. Hey, thank you so much.
Now I see all these what they teach at school is mathematics. This is so I was instantly converted.
Let's understand the underpinnings of physical reality. You have to understand what SU3
You
is.
have to learn what are groups of ways that you think, what are representations of there was a criteria and beautiful. I could appreciate the beauty even though I could not understand.
I'm angry, baby.
But you were drawn to the methodology, the machinery of possible and usually.
No, in retrospect, I think what I was really craving was a deeper understanding. And at that point, I understood that story that proto, I said, so it works.
Hell yeah, Silva. Hell yeah, Silva.
But I didn't
Hell
know
yeah, Silva.
that there was actually underneath, beneath the surface, there was this mathematical.
If you could just look at what mechanics, is there some romantic notion of understanding the universe? What was interesting?
Now I am looking back. So whatever I say
Every day. Hell yeah, this is he, baby. I'm right here, dog, in the flesh.
my
Jake Harris is amazing. I just sent you a fucking Discord invite. That's who it is, dog. I'm right here. W Rabbi.
I don't reveal that 15-year-old is doing that somewhere.
Hell yeah, trillionaires. The Harris family. Add them to the list of trillionaires. I'm not e-going anybody. I'm telling the straight up truth. I'm going to make Jake Harris and his family a bunch of trillionaires.
The deeper structures and meanings and secrets. Secrets.
Dude, check Discord. Check Discord.
But then we try and go as far and as deep as we can.
Let me check again.
I think that's what was the motivating factor.
There's this mystery, there's this dark room, and there's a few of these mathematical
Jake Harris, period.
Flashlight into there. We'll talk about it. We also kind of
Got it, baby.
There's a few of your kind.
Dude, I'm sending you some interesting shit. Check out the future.
I think I find that a lot of people are. If you talk to people, will be interested in this.
I also did an AMA. You want to read the AMA?
All kinds of professions. I don't know.
Hell yeah, dog. Thank you so much.
That's a separate story. A lot of people.
Hey, take care, man.
traumatized by their experience in their math classes. We can talk about it later. But then they asked me what kind of research I do. And I mentioned that
You're the man. That was fun as fuck.
and their eyes light up.
Good job, dog.
On physics, more like Einstein's activity. Why are you very curious about it? I watched this podcast.
Don't you like how we're just coming in and just blowing your shit up?
What do you think about
And now we're fucking
that? I
friends?
actually find that actually
I liked it. I think it was tight as
physicists are
fuck.
doing a great job at educating.
Tight as fuck.
About the books and videos and so on. Mathematicians are defined. We're starting to catch up a little bit. Have been starting last 10 years, but we're still defined. So people are curious. Science is still very much something that people want to learn because that's how kind of the best way we know to establish some sort of objective reality, whatever that might be.
Yeah, to figure out this whole puzzle, to figure out the secrets of the universe.
I think that we can agree on, like, even though for me, at this point, I always, make an argument that our physical theory always change, they get updated, and you have Newton's theory of gravity. Then Einstein's theory, superseded it. But in mathematics, it seems that theories don't change. Pythagoras' theorem has been the same for the last 2,500 years. X squared plus y squared equals z squared. We don't expect that next year suddenly it will be z cubed, So that to me is actually even more, hints even more on how much we are connected to each other. Because Pythagoras' theory, if you think about it, or any other mathematical theory, means the same thing to anyone in the world today, regardless.
You know that guy that comes in and fucking spams my chat every day? Yeah, he's here. I don't fucking believe it.
Gender, whatever. Nationality, race, whatever, right? And it has meant the same to everyone, everywhere. And most likely will mean the same. So that's, to me, kind of an antidote to the kind of diseases that we sometimes observe these days, where it seems that we can
So the political complexity of 2 plus 2 equals 5 in George Orwell's 1984.
I was also with you in 1984, so in many ways, I see that it was pressing. The novel was pressing. But we still have not found a dictator who would actually say 2 plus 2 equals 5 and would demand their citizens to repeat that.
The night is still young.
That's not that would be a dictator.
It almost feels like Donald Trump is setting the stage for a potential conviction in this case. Making it though, this was something that nobody, even someone that lived a very pure life, could beat charges like this.
Trump is accused of falsifying business records in the run-up to the 2016 presidential election to cover up an alleged affair with porn actress Stormy Daniels. Deliberations pick up again tomorrow morning. And Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has started his trip to Eastern Europe by stopping in Moldova to announce $85 million of U.S. aid to support Moldova's power grid.
Therapy, for advice, for wisdom in returning to Eric Weinstein and maybe give some guidance, understanding his view on his attempt at the theory of everything they call geometric unity, that he told me that you may have some inkling of understanding of. If you were to describe this theory to aliens that visited Earth, how would you do it? Or you could try, if it was just me visiting Earth, how would you describe your best understanding?
He shared with me some of it when I was in New York or Colombia, like 11 years ago. We actually spent a lot of time and I found it beautiful. It has a very ideal idea of the black world, where you have this, instead of 4-dimensional, instead of 10-dimensional, it has 14-dimensional space. And I thought it was really original, and this is exactly goes to the point I made earlier. That I feel that without the new idea, we won't be able to get close, start to understand our universe. Now, I have a problem with the whole idea of theory of everything. I don't believe that one.
Southern California's only airborne traffic reports. I'm Pedro Moreno.
This more that we should aim to construct. And I think it's really, not to offend anybody, but it's ultimately a fault of the education system of physicists. Like in mathematics, we're not brought up, we're not educated as mathematicians with the idea that one day we will come up with the theory of everything. Even though, as a joke, I said that language program is mathematical theory of everything. But I made it as a kind of tongue-in-cheek,
But is it a little bit kind of that?
It's not really, because first of all, it doesn't cover a whole field, and it covers specific phenomena.
But isn't it spiritually striving towards the same platonic form of the theory of everything? Like connecting,
But connecting doesn't mean that you covers everything. Right? So you could connect two things, and then you have many other things which are outside the purview of this connection. That's how we do it in mathematics. I feel. And I would venture to say that most mathematicians look at it this way, that there's no idea that somehow. I think it's actually possible, because we're not talking about such a thing as like one universe. So we're talking about all possible universes, all possible dimensions, and so on. But it's just not feasible to have like unify everything in one equation. Now, physicists, on the other hand, have been brought up, educated for decades with this idea. And to me, and I'm sure I should say that, but I feel like it's like a kind of the ultimate ego trip. So that I have come up with the unified theory. I have found the unified theory of everything.
I feel so safe driving it, and there's tons
Me, and my name will be on it. I think a lot of physicists get educated in school, especially men, take it seriously. And I've seen that happen, and I think it is counterproductive. I think that a lot of people agree that this debate is kind of, I feel like it's kind of settled. I think I hear it less and less. But I disagree with the whole thing.
So you, it's interesting because both are interesting points you made, which is you don't think a theory of everything exists, and you don't think the pursuit of a theory of everything is good. So I think you spoke to the second thing, which is basically that the pursuit of a theory of everything becomes a control from to the human ego.
Okay, so it's a huge motivating factor. I don't deny that. But I feel that there are better ways to motivate people than like that, than this one. Okay? So I would say, for instance, if one, because then it's not a game of winner takes all. And in fairness, when physicists say unified theory, they mean something very specific, which is unifying the standard model and Einstein's relativity theory, which is theory of gravity. So they don't necessarily, a lot of physicists might say these words, but they don't really mean them. I think it's important to realize that in my opinion, that's not productive and it's not feasible anyway. So, having said that, there are some theories are better than others, obviously. So, for instance, Eric's theory has, as far as I understand, does have a certain way of reducing some of the elementary particles that we see, and as well as the force of gravity. So, it does have that promise. I feel that from the place where I had seen it about 10 years ago, it still requires a lot of work to get to the point of actually saying that it doesn't work, because there are a lot of elements. It's a huge enterprise to have a field because you have just to describe the field, so the building blocks of the field. It's a very tremendous undertaking. He's trying to do it for cross spaces in great generality, which is what makes it so unique and so beautiful. But then on top of that, there are this issue of quantization, of actually describing them as quantum field theory. And the quantum field theory, even as a language, as a framework, is currently incomplete, in my opinion. And not only my opinion, it's like everybody's. Everybody agrees on that. That it's a collection of tricks. It's a collection of tools. It's a toolbox, but it is not a consistent, rigorous theory like number theory. Physicists have still been able to derive predictions from it and confirm them with great accuracy. But the underpinnings, it doesn't have the real rigorous foundation from a mathematical perspective. So in that sense, even if in that framework, a new theory could lead to an explanation of some phenomenon, it would still be incomplete in a sense because it wouldn't be mathematically rigorous. Because the whole framework is not yet on a firm foundation.
So it's not consistent.
Is going to buy 99-cent locations here in Southern California. Dollar Tree is coming to the rescue of the 99-cent store. That's good news, I think. And we didn't give you your horoscope on Monday, which was Memorial Day. But we do have a midweek horoscope. And we're going to ignite your confidence. And Tuwala gave me this next story. I saw this and I didn't know if I wanted to talk about it, but we will in the second hour. That passenger who died jumping off the Royal Caribbean ship Icon of the Seas recently launched the largest cruise ship in the world. Someone took a tumble off the top of that ship.
Is there something you can give color to the drama? Eric Weinstein has spoken about some of the challenges, some of the triumphs and challenges of his time at Harvard. So,
not only are movie theaters struggling nationwide,
is there something to that drama of people stealing each other's ideas or not allocating credit enough? All of that and creating psychological stresses because of that on young minds and so on. Is that just the way of life, or is this?
I think we could definitely do better. And I think the first step is to kind of admit that we are not 100% seekers of truth, that we are human beings, and all the good and bad and ugly qualities can be present, and to have some kind of dialogue in my subject, in mathematics. But this has not happened yet. There have been some cases where people have been accused, which have been resolved, partially resolved, or unresolved. And everybody knows it, but there isn't a systematic effort, as far as I can tell, of really trying to create some rules, some ethics rules. This is fair game, this is not fair game. So that as a community, we strive to get better. I think that for most people, it's more like keeping your head in the sand and kind of pretending that it doesn't happen. Or it happens some isolated incident. Well, my experience is not like that at all. I think it does happen much more often than it should. That's my opinion.
So there's the pool of academia is fascinating. One of the reasons I really love it is you have young minds, fresh ideas. And that same innocence you have when you're both on the train has that really breakthrough. And then you throw that in together with senior exceptional, world-class scientists who have, first of all, dealing with it. Second of all, maybe they have partaken in the drug of fame and money and status and recognition, so that starts to a little bit corrupt all of our human minds. And you throw that mixed in together.
Yeah.
Most do without rules. And it's beautiful because that's where the ideas of old contend with the new, wild-eyed, crazy ideas, and they clash, and there's a tension, and there's a dance to it. But then there's the old human corruption that can take advantage of the young minds. It's unclear what to do with that. I mean, part of that is just the way of life, and there's tragedies. And oftentimes, when you look at who wins the Nobel Prize, it's also tragic because sometimes so many minds are. The trajectory to the breakthrough idea involves so many different minds. I don't know.
Right. I think it's like a vision with everything. The path is more self-aware. And it's like owning up your own stuff and not blaming other people, not projecting on other people, but taking responsibility. And that's true for everything. And the problem here, the unique problem for mathematics, I would say physicists and chemists are better. They actually have better sort of ethical rules and so on, especially biology. Right? Because I think in part it's because there's much more money involved, because they have to get grants and so on. So for them, the question of priority for discovery work first is much more serious because there is absolute money. But mathematics compares, like Thomas last year was true. Did everybody become a millionaire? No.
I think you got a prize.
You won a prize, but our prizes are not.
I think that was a good prize, but in general, there's not going to be.
I think he won the other prize. Eventually, it was about $1 million. So, but, sometimes I joke about this, that this is the hardest way to win $1 million. So, but amongst mathematicians, I think the problem is that we are so insulated from society because it's such a pure subject. It goes in very specific psychological types. And I can speak about myself. I did not realize it at the time, but later on, I definitely saw, I mentioned some of it earlier, that for me, mathematics was a refuge from the cruelty of the life I experienced, from discrimination that I experienced when I applied to Moscow University at 16 and failed every time, and stuff like that, which I described in my book as well. But that was my way. I was like, I don't trust this world. I don't want to deal with it. I want to hide in this platonic reality of pure form. This is where I know how to operate. I love this, and I couldn't be bothered for a while. Up to a point, as I was getting older and more mature, I was becoming more and more interested in other things. And I think that's one of the reasons. And one of the reasons why I wrote Love and Math was precisely to break that cycle. That it's the quiet guy in the corner that goes into math, and not the flamboyant, jock or DJ. I wanted to show how beautiful it's to attract this new blood, so that different psychological types and more women would join. Because then they would have students who would look at them and who they will inspire. And then it would be, instead of a vicious circle, it would be a virtuous circle. And I have to say, I think it's happening, not because of my efforts alone, not because they are around the same time, but it's more effort. Because see, if the old stereotype of mathematician is so close, you're not interested in even exposing the beauty of your subject to other people, you see? And then it becomes a vicious circle. But this one day, all the time I meet the students to say, your book is the reason why I chose math as my major. And I'm proud, especially when it's women, and they are cool, they are DJs at the same time, and they are social, and they have friends, and they go out, and so on. So you see, so they are, then they carry the torch, because then they will be more
Brand new
likely
year in my Ford Bronco Sport, and I can't wait for all the adventures ahead. My
share
and I want
this
to
view
explore more hikes around the city in the new
with
year.
others to attract more students and so on. So I think this kind of this
Gas mileage is unparalleled in this car. I feel so
was
safe driving it,
so
and
now
there's
we have
tons
more
of room
influx.
in the trunk.
And once
So
we
I
have
can pack
people
stuff for a picnic if we choose to do that on a
who are
hike.
more
More adventures,
able
more
to
fun,
connect at the
more
personal
Bronco
level,
Sport. Beat us,
that's
we are
when we
stronger. Head to your Southern
also
California
become more
dealers for great
self-aware
offers
as a
on all
community, I think, and that's when we might we should be able to have a chance to improve in terms of our ethical rules and stuff like that.
And we were talking, and I said, who is your biggest customer? He goes, businesses. Why? Because their employees go, where's the charging station? Because they have EVs, so many of us do. If you have customers, can you imagine offering a charging station? It's, Anaheim White House offers a charging station. If you're a business and you don't have EV charging for employees and or customers, you're already behind the times. Walters Wholesale Electric is a Southern California leader in commercial, industrial, retail charging stations. Walters Wholesale Electric, small and large charging installations, and it really takes an expert to put these things in place, and that's exactly what Walters Electric is all about. Walters Wholesale Electric. Dial pound 250 on the cell and say EV charging. Pound 250 on your cell, say EV charging, or visit walterswholesale.com.
Do you want to sell your home quickly and easily and not deal with repairs or a long selling process as a hassle? Well, look to Seller's Advantage. They have thousands of satisfied customers, and they're the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. They'll buy your home for a competitive cash offer, and they'll close in days, not weeks.
What do you think is special about Eric Weiss that for you know his work and
They find the homes as is, like I said.
The way he sort of straddles so many different disciplines.
So wonder why
It's like a Renaissance man. There are very few people like that at any given moment, let alone the 21st century, where information has become so huge that it's almost physically impossible to be able to keep track of things. And yet, he does, and he has his own unique vision and unique point of view, and he doesn't take it, which is like almost impossible. Like I can't think of so many people who possess those qualities. Almost no one.
and also the ability in some sense to embody the balance that you talked about, both the rigor of mathematics and the imagination.
Humanity also, so, you know, like we talk about imagination as a kind of a counterpoint to knowledge and logic. But just basic humanity, you know, just basic, just compassion, just being able to, because every destructive, I would say, like every destructive society, you know, like be it Germany, you know, like Hitler or Soviet Union under Stalin and so on, was based on some kind of, what was considered unassailable truth. So a kind of conceptual system, you know, if you think about it, right? There is a beautiful episode of this series by Jacob Bronowski, you know, where he talks about, he filmed it in Auschwitz, talking about the certainty that what was a certain, it's almost a mathematical idea. And they just basically bought into this idea and checked out their humanity at the door. So I would say that antidote to this type of thing is not necessarily even imagination in a kind of elevated sense that we have been discussing today, that is exemplified by our greatest scientists and philosophers. But just basic humanity, you know, basic common sense of just like knowing that it's just not right, and I don't care what my ideology tells me, but I'm just not going to do it. So that I think is kind of missing a little bit in today's society. People get a lot too caught up in the ideology, in certain conceptual frameworks.
So societies that lose that basic human compassion, that basic humanity around the trouble.
Oh, very much so. But not only society, like a human being.
And Eric is one of the people, I agree with you, keeps that flame of
like I trust that he will not do something that's not human, and that's not right. I just feel that, like there's some people you just kind of feel that they won't cross that line. And that's a huge thing, today. Because I have to say, looking back, definitely, I have not hurt people personally, but like I could be mean, for instance, I could be harsh. And now I see it as a sign of weakness, as a sign of insecurity. I saw your interview with Rabbi Rothschild the other day. Beautiful, I was really moved by it. But at some point I was like, I looked at him like sort of like Dr. Leader. I'm kind of ashamed of it now, but I'm kind of clean. And I would because, why? Because I needed an adversary in my mind. Because I projected onto him kind of the fears that I had, that AI will conquer us and so on. And this was rooted in my kind of awakening moment, kind of moment where I suddenly started to see the other side. But I wasn't sure yet.
you have to feel it.
So I had to have a fight about it.
Yeah, you have to actually have the projection.
I had to, so it was not in, I believe that it was not in me already. So I had to throw it onto somebody.
Yeah.
And that's not balance yet. So balance is when you recognize that it's you, actually. So, and I had this moment, actually. It was so amazing. Like, I would give this mean, I would talk about the AI and the dangers, and that you would always be my, foil. I would put like a sinister photograph of here at the slide. And it's like, look at this guy. He wants to put nanograms into your brain. And he's also like high-end, top executive at Google and so on. So I would create this whole narrative. And then something happened where I was giving a lecture in 2015 in Aspen Ideas Festival, which is a wonderful festival. The keynote speech, actually. And I was doing my usual speech. And then suddenly I said, I came up to that, there was a big screen, and there was a picture of him. And I came up to the screen and I kind of touched it with my hand, and I said, I don't want to pick on Mr. Kusla because he's mean. I had this revelation that I'm actually fighting with myself, with my own fears. And then I learned about his father. His father died of this, and that he's very, to his credit, he's very sincere, natural. Self-disclosure, I think it's very essential that we always discuss. Like, what really motivates you? He said it publicly many times. Even as early as 2015, I could find this information. That he wanted to reunite with his father in the cloud. And suddenly I saw him not as a great caricature that exemplified all my fears, but as a human being. A child longing for his father, grieving for his father. So suddenly it became a story, a love story. And, so that is, so in other words, I've seen it in myself, this capacity to project my own fears and then fight with other people over something that actually was my own. And as soon as I got to this point, and my next lecture, actually I talked about him in this way. And I said, look, it's a love story. And he is actually, and it's not how I would want to reunite with my father. But, like you said, if I am consistent, I have to allow the possibility that different people perceive things differently. And so, for him, that's his imagination. So, how, who is this Voltaire? I think he described it Voltaire. Like, I disagree with you, but I will fight to death for you to have the right to say it. So, now that I feel like my position is more like, I disagree with him, that this is the way to approach death and to approach the death of our loved ones and how we miss them and how we, that sense of loneliness and inability to interact directly. That's not something that resonates with me. But I think it can also be called imagination from his perspective. And look, motivated by that, how much he has brought, how many interesting inventions. Like in musical invention, for instance, naturally, because his father was a composer, music composer and a conductor. So in other words, in the bigger scheme of things, even if I think he's misguided, still, I can't deny that it's a certain leap of faith from his perspective to try to say that this is the way we can all connect to our loved one. And because it is sincere, and I see it now as sincere, and in fact, in your interview, you see it without it. I was really moved by it. Because now it's it was really sweet. And I can relate, my father died 2 years ago, and I can relate what a heartbreak. I was much older than Ray was when his father died. But I can relate to this longing and somebody sincere, and he is open skies, and and said, this is what I want to do, because I want to become my father, I want to be able to talk to him this way. And we have a serious, and we understand, the opposite of it would be not disclosing and just pretending that this is how it's supposed to be in scientific terms. So it was replacing the real emotion that comes from the heart by some kind of a theory which comes from the mind. And this is where we can go astray, because then we become captives of frameworks and conceptual systems which may not be beneficial to our society.
In tough times, we need the people that have not lost their way in the ideology. We need the people who are still in touch with their heart. And we mentioned this with Eric, it's certainly true. I disagree with him on a lot of stuff, but I feel like when the world is burning down, Eric is one of the people that you can still count on to have a heart. Talked a lot over the past year about the war in Ukraine and the possibility of nuclear war, and it feels like he's one of the people I would call first. If God forbid something like a nuclear war would begin, because you look for people with a heart, no matter their idea.
It takes courage and it takes a certain self-awareness. And which brings, I think the crucial is that which was inscribed, on the temple of Apollo God. It was a statement, know thyself, know yourself, who am I? How can we present to this? And all this debate. And the point is that I used to be, like I said, pessimistic at some point, and I was scared of where development of AI was going. This is about 2014, 2015. And now I'm much more. So, for instance, after I saw Ray Kurzweil, everything, after I could relate to him and sympathize, suddenly I stopped seeing anything in the news. Before that, I would always see in the news saying, I'm going to put nanobots in the brain and that many years going to do whatever, and as a word and I would be like, no, it's sort of terrible. Suddenly I didn't see him anymore. I had to, so now,
it's a brand new year in my Ford Rothschild Sport, and I can't wait for all the adventures ahead. My fiance and I want to explore more hikes around the city in the new year, and my Ford Rothschild Sport is perfect.
Or was it my mind?
Gas mileage is unparalleled in this car.
And so, as I became self-aware, suddenly other possibilities open, and suddenly that conflict, which by the way, if I kept giving this
Head to your Southern California
nasty,
Ford
you know,
dealers for great
talks
offers.
about him. One day, I suppose we have a debate, and so you have this one person stays there, and what I learned is that it's a never ending. This conflict just does not end. But there is an alternative, there is a better way, which is to realize that it is you arguing with yourself. Now, if you want to continue arguing with yourself, continue, as long as you need. Just be careful not to destroy too many things, in the process. But there is an option of actually dropping it. This is so, I'm so surprised by it.
Yeah, it's just covering yourself. The capacity, human capacity for compassion. You understand that he has a perspective, he is operating in the space of imagination. He's a human being like you. And we're all in this kind of together trying to figure this out.
Ultimately, and also it's like realizing how much I have screwed up, comes with humility also. So like I find it extremely hard now to like really lash out at somebody and to say like you're horrible, whatever. Because immediately the question is, who am I to criticize, So is there another way to have a dialogue? Is there a way to, speaking, since we talked about the innocence of a child and how much it drives a discovery in science and so on, I remember, I think I heard of Adyashanti who gave this nice example. He's like, when you're a kid, you go and you